Hey there, welcome to Tarot Glow. I'm so glad to have you here today, and I'm really excited to be providing this reading to you, which is a summer 2025 forecast for all signs. We're going to be using the Mystic Mondays tarot deck for each reading, and I also have some oracle decks I'll be pulling from. And yeah, just really going to try and get as much information for you all as possible to give you a pretty strong forecast for what you can expect this summer. And before I dive into the first reading, which is Aries, you'll probably notice if you are any of the first 7 signs, so Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, the setting changes. It goes back to my tan table. I recently moved, so I'm kind of in between spaces at the moment. So that's why the setting's a little bit different here. I'll hope to get my kind of final setup established soon so I can keep providing you with videos. But yeah, just wanted to explain that because it's kind of a jarring change. You'll see, I mean, this is a very colorful background, and you know, it's a lot different than any of my previous videos, the background. So just wanted to explain that. And yeah, so let's go ahead and dive right into Aries. And whatever the zodiac sign is, or if it's multiple, if you're wanting to look at any of the other readings for a sign in your natal chart, I will see you at those, and take care, and I'll see you at your reading. Hi Aries, welcome to your 2025 summer forecast reading. I hope you had a good Aries season that just ended. Now we're in Taurus. But yeah, my dad's an Aries, so I am very, very familiar with Aries energy. So anyway, let's go ahead and take a look and see what this summer has in store. I'm gonna pull 7 cards here. Let's see, Spirit, what does this summer have in store for Aries, please? For my Aries babies, what does this summer have in store? 2025. Oh, alrighty. Yeah, the Hermit, definitely feeling that winter energy kind of leaving here. And let's see, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Perfecto. Okay. Okay. That was quick. Just like you, Aries, raring to go. You know, running, just coming out of the gate running. You know. Okay, so yes, starting us off here, we have the Hermit. So that's a period of like hibernation, basically, or a period of basically staying indoors, of soul searching, of quiet solo activities, of maturity too, and trying to figure out the path forward. So that's sort of where you've been, and I think you probably will, you know, the Hermit isn't kind of a short-term energy, even though the Hermit, it's well, it is Virgo, so there is that earth energy, that Virgo kind of grounded, meticulous, perfectionist type energy. And I always kind of see the Hermit as being associated with Saturn as well, just with Saturn having the kind of the concept of the old man archetyped. So this is, again, it's kind of a energy that it sits with you, it sort of maturates, and the Hermit a lot is about maturity. So I see you bringing that, a wiser, more grounded, more thoughtful you into the summer. And I think when you look back on this summer, either later on this year or from years to come, that's how you'll see yourself here. So it's kind of your Aries, fiery, go-getter energy is being pulled to kind of settle and be methodical and meticulous in some of your actions. So honestly, that's kind of the best of both worlds. Yeah, so I think that it's going to be a summer of sort of reaching some sort of maturity milestone. And in terms of family, home, even your living situation, I think you're going to be in a really beautiful place this summer. Maybe you're going to be at a summer home, a nice summer home your family has, or you're moving up, or moving out and moving up, so to speak. Moving into a nicer apartment and just a nicer living space. I think you're going to be putting time into building the beauty around your home, or you're going to be spending, I think you're probably going to spend a lot of time around your house, but you'll enjoy doing it because it's you could have like a backyard pool maybe, or like a beautiful garden, or just a nice home in general, like a home. It's a place where you want to spend time, not necessarily want to escape from, or at least you'll be in a place like that this summer for some amount of time. And maybe there's going to be shifts in your family situation for the better too. Could be family reunions, you meeting up with people that you haven't seen in a long, or family members you haven't seen in a long time, maybe good friends you haven't seen in a long time, and meeting up at home, or maybe at someone's home and just having like a beautiful party. And I think it's, in terms of the renewing old connections and enjoying family life, there will be high points this summer that you'll be experiencing and having fun with. So I guess just sort of migrate on the opposite end of the spectrum a little bit. I think I always see the Queen of Swords as kind of a stern mother figure, but in this case, I think you're going to get some really wise advice from an older matriarchal figure, maybe a mother or an aunt, or even a friend that's like wise beyond their years. And I think you're going to have to be assuming this energy, this identity a little bit, either in how you're operating with others, or if it's even work you're needing to get done over the summer. The Queen of Swords she's like the expert thinker, expert talker. She could be a boss at a job, or it could be you being a boss or taking on a supervisory role. Maybe you're having to write something this summer or teach a class. And I think you aren't afraid of telling hard truths, or being the recipient of hard truths, I guess, or if you do take any kind of critical, constructive criticism this summer, accept it like the Queen of Swords, and just like kind of take it like a man, as the saying goes, and learn from it, and move on, and just be the boss, kind of. I feel like that's the secret to your success this summer too, in areas where things might be a little bit more, a little bit harder to adapt, like especially if it's a new job or your very first job. Is kind of need to have that Queen of Swords center, like, to just be in it 100% and be smart and super professional about it, and you'll be going places. So I think this is also going to be a summer of love. We have the Ace of Cups right in the center here of the spread, Aries. So that tells me you're going to be filled with love, and you're going to be getting, potentially be asked out on a date or multiple dates. You could be finding your partner this summer, or you could be doing something that's a first with your partner this summer. Maybe even meeting their family, maybe meeting their mother. That might be a little scary if she's kind of the Queen of Swords, but you just kind of have to understand the Queen of Swords energy. But the Queen of Swords right next to the Ace of Cups too, it's very, the Queen of Swords she's no one's fool, basically. She's been around, and she's not gonna be swooned by some random person love bombing her. So she decides what Ace of Cups she's gonna accept. And I see, you just being in your power, and finally, getting possibly a proposal for a date maybe from someone that's worth your time, or you're going to embody this Ace of Cups this summer maybe, and in your professional world you'll be the Queen of Swords, while in your personal life you'll be kind of trying to embrace a new loving, or trying to embrace an energy where you're just like living each day full of love and wanting to be loving and caring to everyone around you. So there's a few different, depending on who's watching this, there's a few different directions this ace can go in, but it's actually, in any case, it being in the center of the spread, that's like the core of the summer energy for you all. Just like the sun, your sun sign is the core of your personality. This Ace of Cups is just like a beautiful, beautiful energy for the summer, Aries. So I'm so happy for you, and it's going to be, it's going to be a great summer overall. So we do have a couple, it looks like, more challenging cards here as we kind of get into the latter half of the reading. So anything worth having is worth working hard for, and that's what I'm getting with the Ten of Wands. You want this Ace of Cups, you need to put in the work, and you being an Aries, you're not like the workhorse like Virgo or I would say, or Taurus is, but you're not a quitter, that's for sure. You never give up on what you want, and not only do you not give up, but you want to be you want to be number one, you want to be the first. So that's what I see the Ten of Wands is, that you're taking the extra load, like you're always trying to one up the other person and say, no, I can do this much, no, I can do even more, and not even more, and I see that as kind of also being a theme for this summer. Don't try to do like 10 different things at once, or try and be in 10 different places, in any given week, or any given day. You need to know your limits a little bit. The summer is always going to get people amped up and wanting to be really ambitious and have fun, but just know your limits. Be prudent like the Hermit before you kind of jump into something. And if you're gonna like get really into and whenever I see the Ten of Wands, I don't know, I always think of like weightlifting, but so this is probably a very specific message, but if you are going to get into going to the gym more often, or I don't know, maybe you're training for a sport, just be careful. Don't push yourself too hard. If you're going to be outside in the blazing sun, take water breaks, take just breaks, period. You don't want to get overheated. So that's just something to be mindful of. And of course, definitely wear your sunscreen, and just take care of your body. Don't push it to its limits. At least not when it's 90 degree plus, or even hotter than that. So yeah, just be smart about it, and listen to your body, and don't overwork yourself. So another thing with summer energy is, a lot of times we go on vacations, or we have downtime because of maybe taking 1 or 2 days off, or we're going to visit someone, and that gives us more time to kind of ruminate or think on things than we usually do. So with the Nine of Swords, Aries, I see this as being you being in your head a little bit, especially during those periods during the summer when you're not working or when you're not busy. It's like you're worrying about X, Y, and Z. Could be, you know, what's going to happen in the future. You know, depending on what area of your period of your life you're in, it could be thoughts about schools you've applied to, or jobs you've applied to, or financial loans you've taken on, or some sort of very ambitious goal that you just feel like you've bit off more than you can chew, and you're just worried whether everything's going to come together and work out. But you know, at the ultimate kind of rounding out here energy for the summer is the Princess of Wands, the Page of Wands, and she tells us that you're going to be rejuvenated at the end of the summer. You're going to be having all of your hard work and your love and you know, your professionalism and business-like attitude toward tasks, and your leveling up and, you know, acquisition of wisdom is going to lead to this beautiful page energy of the Page of Wands, where you're able to explore, you're getting messages, maybe offers for something, some sort of you know, enterprise or a new job or a new venture. You're not in this place anymore toward the end of the summer. You've realized you can overcome obstacles, and you're kind of this kid again toward the end of the summer, and feeling like you kind of have had such a great summer overall. And you're ready to, I think when the fall rolls around, you're gonna be just like have this new great youthful energy, and as well as I see with the Ace of Cups and the Princess of Wands or Page of Wands, you could also have some sort of summer fling here. I feel like the Page of Wands is kind of a fling type energy, or it could be a really good friend where it becomes something more, you know, or it's someone you've just met. Maybe they're a traveler, or they're coming. I don't know. They've come here from another country or another state, or to wherever you are, Aries. And yeah, I see them as being like this really adventurous period, or adventurous person that you're going to take these adventures with and explore things with, and yeah, maybe even go to the beach with, or go swimming with. Yeah, I think they're going to take you fun places, and you're going to have fun with them and see things, and you know, it will be another point within the 2025 summer that's going to make it very memorable and yeah, very fun for you. I mean, in between, you know, maybe stressors and commitments, you're gonna have you know, a lot of fun with the Page of Wands here, and overflowing of love with the Ace of Cups. And you know, don't doubt yourself, because the Queen of Wands has your back, whether it's a, you know, friend, you know, family member, or even yourself, an aspect of yourself. You know, you have a strong mind, and you know, you can make very sound decisions. So you know, don't doubt your decision-making skills and your problem-solving skills. Alrighty, Aries, so that was your 2025 summer forecast. It sounds like it's going to be a fun one, that's for sure. So let me get a few oracle cards now for you all, and see what else we have here. Final messages. What does Aries have coming in, Spirit, please? What is their 2025 summer forecast, please, for Aries? Their 2025 summer forecast. What is their 2025 summer forecast? What is their 2025 summer forecast? Right, we have the Moonology Oracle here. dreams need a practical plan. That might be the Queen of Swords. Full moon in Taurus. I think we just had a full moon in Taurus, maybe in March. So like maybe not just, but yeah, that earthy Taurasian energy. That is what gives you practicality. Let's see here. Now we have the energy oracle. So what is coming in for Aries, please? This summer. What's coming in for Aries, please? Summer. What can they expect this summer, please? This summer. Oh, interesting. Really? Okay, let's see here. What is coming in for Aries? What is coming in for Aries? What is coming in for Aries? Coming in for Aries this summer. This summer. Eight of Cups, or Eight of Hearts. It's coming in for Aries this summer. Coming in for Aries this summer. Coming in for Aries this summer. The Chalice, huh? That is so interesting. Okay. We have two chalices here. Yeah, rejuvenation and fulfillment. Then we have the Eight of Cups. Or, I'm sorry, the Eight of Hearts, but I love this. It's the Cosmic Cat energy, I think, deck. I think you'll be definitely eating a lot of good food. But yeah, the Eight of Hearts typically shows a walking away from abundance of something. And as you can see here, it's like the cat has kind of gorged itself on maybe the ramen it's eating. So I think it's that could indicate by the end of the summer you're like, okay, you know, I've like had so much of this Ace of Cups energy that I'm good. I'm ready to like, you know, move on to the fall and all the fun fall activities that are, you know, always that happen in the autumn time period. But then we have financial constraints. So that's interesting. It's a direct contradiction to the Ten of Pentacles. So, but then we do have the Ten of Wands here. So that could be the stress and the just the heavy load is you know, you're worrying about your finances for some of you, you know, and that could be, well, you know, I feel like these days we're all worrying about our finances a little bit, but that, you know, and again, with the Queen of Swords here, you need to have a practical plan and everything. So if you have financial constraints, you know, you have to take the practical steps to try and manage it, you know, tighten the belt strings or whatever the expression is, you know, basically go on maybe a strict budget. And well, you know, with the summer, especially depending on if you're taking any like vacations either outside of your state where you're living or out of the country, it can get really expensive. So you can, you know, if it's a cruise, like for example, maybe you're going on, you know, that could drain your discretionary spending bank account where you kind of, it's like, you know, as we see in this picture, it's kind of bare toward the end of the summer. So, you know, that's something to be mindful of, and, you know, don't break the bank for events or, you know, whatever it might be that you want to go on. You have to think prudently and think strategically, like the Queen of Swords, and look at the bigger picture and figure out, well, you know, I really want to go on this concert, or I really want to go to this concert, I really want to go on this cruise, but 10 years from now, does it matter? And if it does, and you're like absolutely, you know, dead set on going, just make sure you plan accordingly and practically, you know, try to be a little frugal with the expenses you might put toward the excursion or the trip. But yeah, so overall though, having these two aces come out, that's really, I mean, that's really auspicious and a good symbol to have. And you know, I think this will balance out any kind of money spending constraints or kind of debts you well, don't try not to get into debt, of course, but you know, if you're going to have a vacation of a lifetime or a trip of a lifetime, but it's going to be pretty expensive, like, as long as you can swing it, you know, we're only giving, you know, this one chance maybe to go on this trip. So just plan well, and yeah, just, you know, have fun, and, you know, just be kind of a passenger along for the ride, because it seems like it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be a really super busy and I think educational and loving and joyful summer for you, Aries. So, you know, I'm sure you can't wait to get it started, and I can't wait for you all to have fun this summer. Yeah, so take care, and I will see you all next time. And if you have any if you're looking into any of the other signs, the readings for any of the other zodiac signs that are in your chart, I will see you in the other readings here. So alrighty, take care, Aries. Bye. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to 2025 summer forecast. Okay. Let's see what is in store for you all. And happy birthday, by the way. I hope if you've had your birthday, it was a great one. And if you haven't had it yet, don't forget to celebrate, you know. Even if it's like, I'm always bad about, I'm not a Taurus, I'm a Gemini actually, but I'm always bad about doing things for it. I'm just, you know, like, it's another birthday, but you know, we have to celebrate it no matter what the number. Just gotta celebrate. Alrighty, so Taurus, let's see, what is your 2025 forecast? Let's see. Oh, alrighty, I'm gonna be pulling 7 cards. So we've got the 2 to start out here. What is the 2025 summer going to be like for Taurus, please? My Taurus babies. Okay, what is the 2025 summer forecast going to be for them? 2025 summer forecast. Okay. Sorry, a couple here kind of just spilled over. All right, I think we have, 6. Okay. And that'll be our 7th one. We'll have to come out here. So, okay. Try and get these here smushed together. Okie All right. So, I think you're going to potentially, start a creative pursuit this summer. You could be spending a lot of time with a child, maybe. I don't know, maybe you're babysitting, or you're going to be, you know, visiting family or something. Otherwise, yeah, I think it's potentially some sort of creative pursuit. You're just going to be really getting into some sort of hobby, or yeah, really channeling your muse this summer for whatever it is you're working on. It could even be like, I don't know, pottery or something. And I think you're going to have a lot of, I think you're definitely a water baby. Like you love the pool or the beach. You just, love going in the water or being around the water. So I think you're going to have a lot of fun and spending a lot of time doing that this summer, Taurus. And I think you are also going to speak your heart at a lot of points this summer. I think you are a type to kind of wear your heart on your sleeve, and you're not gonna, this summer, there's no exception to that. This summer you're gonna, continue to wear your heart on your sleeve and be like really authentic and pure of heart and kind going into the summer. I think home life will be settled down a bit. Maybe you're moving, or there's some sort of activity where it's like just things are kind of shifting in a better direction. Yeah, it's maybe you're even going to be taking a trip with a family member or something, and the trip just kind of, you're just wondering how it's going to go, and I think should go off without a hitch. It should just be a smooth journey for the most part. So I think everything in your home and family life is going to be, it should be smooth sailing this summer with the Six of Swords. I mean, maybe you're literally going sailing with family or something like that, but I think it's just going to be, a safe and restful journey that kind of goes swimmingly. And so with the wearing your heart on your sleeve and telling your truth, I think there's going to be justice served this summer. I think you are often asked your opinion on things because you are so in tune and intuitive with your emotions, especially with the Queen and the Princess of Cups. I think you give really good love advice, especially. So I think you're gonna be doing that or helping someone out this summer and like being able to get them the justice they deserve. And being fair is really important to you. So I think you're going to, Taurus, help someone out and gain their gain their freedom, not necessarily freedom, but help them to come out of a situation on the right side of maybe even the law. But they'll be receiving justice because of you and either your advice or your approach to something, and your heart-centered approach to something. So this summer I think you're just going to be like, it's going to be a lot of time by the pool and the beach. That's really how I see this. I think you already probably even have your bathing suits chosen, or if not, you're probably looking into getting those soon-ish. And you might have multiple bathing suits, I'm sure. I think, you just maybe like to sunbathe, but I think you even more than that, like just love the water, and just like to have long, lazy days lying, there by whatever body of water it is, or pool or body of water it is. Maybe a lake or the ocean. But I really think that's going to be in a nutshell, like the summer for you is just a lot of just long, serene days near the pool or the beach. And maybe daydreaming a lot, or thinking on whatever it is, maybe your creative pursuit that you're going to be trying to germinate this summer. Just kind of thinking about that, or just daydreaming about love and life. I think that's really the spirit of the summer for you, Taurus, which is interesting because you're such a grounded, like stubborn sign. No offense, and like I love my stubborn Tauruses, but yeah, there's a lot of like this dreamy aspect coming in here, which is interesting, very interesting. Yeah, so Six of Wands, that is when you put your mind to something this summer, you're gonna come out on top. You're gonna be the winner. You're gonna be winning this summer. Whether it's, you know, a race or something you enroll in, or I don't even, like a project that you submit to the fair for something, like a prize. Yeah, I think you're just gonna have like a really great, you're gonna come out on top, whatever it is that you're like going after this summer. That is gonna be another thing I think you take away from this summer long term when you look back, is like you tell yourself, I did it, you know, I won, or yeah, I got the prize, whatever it might be. Even if you're competing in something, maybe like a water sport, you know, maybe you win something doing that. Yeah, you're going to be on top of your game is really what I see for this summer overall. And, you know, from this energy of being on top of your game and being, you know, introspective and daydreamy and wanting to pursue justice for yourself or others, the outcome of that is going to be the Three of Pentacles, and you know, either maybe getting a job from it or earning some sort of recognition, or yeah, some sort of job placement or a placement doing something where you're helping others, or maybe someone has helped you to develop something for work or school or a project, and it's gonna work out in all of your favors, however the project is put together. You know, it's that trifecta of like perfect energy, and it's a pentacle card, so that leads to, you know, finances, material world, a physical body, something tangible. So there's going to be some sort of path forward that is opened up for you because of your collaboration with others. So I think collaboration is also very important for you all this summer, Taurus. And you know, it's not your way or the highway. You have to, you know, work all together with everyone, and that will definitely take you places. So lastly, with the Ten of Swords, I'm kind of thinking possibly there might be a little bit of a dust up or a falling out with a friend, or you know, a companion. I wouldn't overthink it. You know, it's something where if it's not working, like a Three of Pentacles, it's not working. And, you know, don't make mountain out of molehills either. Sometimes we can make things worse than they are by exacerbating the issues. So that's kind of the word of warning, I suppose, for this summer. But, you know, we have to all take the good with the bad. And, you know, there's really only one bad card in this deck, or in this reading. It's the Ten of Swords. And the Ten of Swords isn't necessarily a bad energy. I hate saying good or bad. It's just an energy of like excessive thinking, energy that's just taken such a toll on us, or just it feels like one thing after the other isn't going right. That's the kind of energy the Ten of Swords has. But You know, as long as, again, you work together and you figure out what works and what doesn't, that's going to help you get through this Ten of Swords energy, Taurus. So I do have some oracle cards, so let me do that. Here with the Moonage Oracle. So what in Taurus, what is coming in for Taurus this summer? Summer 2020. What's coming in for Taurus, please, this summer? Ooh, okay, that one I'm gonna pop out here. New Moon in Aries, yeah, okay. So embodying a little bit of that Aries energy, the go-getter, the trailblazer type. Okay, we have this Madame Endora's Oracle here. So what's coming in for Aries? Or, oh my goodness, I'm looking at Aries. A Taurus, please. What is coming in for Taurus this summer, please, Spirit? What's coming in for Taurus? What can they expect this summer? What can they expect? What can they expect this summer? Okay. So that could be a little bit of the Ten of Swords shadowing. The dagger here. Okay. What's coming in for Taurus this summer, please? What's coming in for Taurus this summer, please? What's coming in for Taurus this summer, please? Oh, contract. Interesting. Justice. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, you don't see that then. Okay. And let's see, we've got one more here. What's coming in for Taurus this summer, please? What's this Ten of Swords? What's coming in for Taurus? Oh, Ten of Pentacles. Okay. Could even be something to do with money issues that cause this Ten of Swords. Okay. Yeah, so taking action will lead to, I think, justice and to contracts, if not a contract, agreements that are equally beneficial to each party. If it's not a contract you see coming in, or you're like, there's no way I have a contract in my future this summer, it could be a some sort of mutual agreement. Even if you're agreeing to take on some sort of responsibility, whatever you're agreeing to, just whatever it is you're agreeing to do this summer, make sure it's mutually beneficial, that you're not getting the short shrift, you know, you're not getting the short stick and the crap end of the contract. It's part of my French, but yeah, just make sure it's fair and honest and equally reciprocal with whatever the agreement's going to be. Either you're being compensated for your work, or you're compensated for your group effort. You know, you don't, make sure you're not taking on all of the work, or you know, if it's a friend, you're seeing them being a little bit, they're changing to bit and they're just not being treated fairly. You know, I think you're going to be the one coming in with the Libra type. That's a very Libran energy, with the contract and justice, and coming in with that very sensible, practical advice for whether it is for yourself or the person you're advising. So yeah, I think the Ten of Swords, yeah, it's going to be conflict, potentially danger, lie in wait. Seems pretty scary, but just I just feel like that's a little bit of warning. I mean, don't take it too much to heart. Just something to be mindful of. You know, there could be backstabbing a little bit. Could be backstabbing over money even, or close friendships that you've had for a long time. This summer might be a little bit upended. I would say this little cat here on the Ten of Diamonds or the Ten of Pentacles, they're obviously on a hike. So I would say if you really need to just think through something this summer, just go for a walk or take some sort of like do some sort of meditative activity, soothing activity that will help you kind of work through whatever it is that you're thinking of. And I think that will be helpful also once you get to this Ten of Swords type energy. You know, I always feel more clear. I always feel like I have more clarity of mind after I take a walk. Of course, you know, don't take a walk in 100-degree weather, but you know, maybe twilight, early evening, when it's a little bit cooler out, you might, or early morning too, might want to go for a nice walk or a hike to kind of clear your head. Yeah, so I think you're going to be doing a lot of activities this summer, either whether it's a water activity or, you know, hiking or walking, but you know, it's all going to be beneficial in the end, and you might be getting some, as long as you are smart about it, some beneficial contracts. You know, be mindful of, if you do get into any disagreements with someone, your words, and you know, we can never really take back what's said, to a point, you know, but yeah, just you know, try to be cool and calm and collected, and everything's gonna work out for the Six of Wands. I mean, that's definitely a great reward this summer has incoming for you, Taurus. So just capitalize on that Six of Wands energy, and yeah, and look forward to this summer and have fun and enjoy the pool. I can't wait myself until I can just jump into the pool. But that's all I have for you. Thank you so much for this. You know, if you're here till the end, thank you so much for sticking with me. And if you're not going to be looking at any of the readings I have today, I hope you take really good care, and hope to see you next time. And yeah, just take care, Taurus. Bye now. Hi Gemini, how are you? Looking forward to your birthdays coming up. It's gonna be here before you know it. I can't believe it's already like toward the middle of May, almost the middle of May. Let's see, Gemini, what the summer of 2025 has in store for you all. Let's see. So Gemini Spirit, can you let us know, please, what the summer has in store for Gemini? Coming in this summer for Gemini, please. I'm going to be pulling 7 cards here. What does the summer have in store for Gemini, please? What does the summer have in store for Summer have in store for Gemini. Okay. Oh. Summer have in store for Gemini. What does the summer have in store for Gemini? Give me more cards, please, Spirit. What does the summer have in store for my Geminis? Oops. Okay. Oh, a lot of travel. Maybe some travel to, you know, other parts of the world. Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Wow. Okay. Beautiful. All right, Gemini. So it's gonna start off like in classic Gemini fashion with a lot of overthinking and just mental acrobatics you're going through, and maybe you're like trying to wrap up things before you go on summer break, or you're trying to get everything in order for plans you have for the summer, or you know, it seems like right now you're just like in a pod of like this stressful energy, like a pressure cooker type thing. And you know, I think you need to embody this Empress energy, or you will be embodying it with the onset of summer. think the best prescription for you all right now is to get out in the sun, do a little bit of sunbathing, you know, and safely. Don't, you know, spend too much time in the sun, and use sunscreen. Make sure you use sunscreen. Eat a lot of fruits and vegetables this summer. I feel like you love probably summer fruits. I mean, who doesn't? But yeah, I think that's going to be a hallmark of your summer, at least things you're looking forward to. I mean, I can't wait to get my hands on some cherries myself. The Empress is also that Venus energy. So you're just like coming into your, like a beautiful period, like physical beauty, emotional beauty. I think it's just going to be this very like abundant and nurturing energy that you have, especially I feel like in your home life maybe, or with friends and family. You're going to be taking on maybe a little bit of a mothering role, in the sense that you take care of everyone. You like really care about others, and you know, you want everyone to be their best selves. Maybe you even have a relative that's becoming a mother. You're becoming a mother also, in some aspect. I mean, it could even be like, you know, a pet mom. But yeah, I think it's just going to be, you're going to be like, I feel like goddess energy this summer is really what I'm seeing for you, Gemini. And aside from that, you're going to be doing, I feel like, a lot of travel, and almost to the point where you're just like, it almost gets to be too much. But you're going to have some like great, huge adventures this summer. And I think meeting new people, a lot of maybe messaging on apps or whatever. It might even be like, I mean, Geminis are social butterflies, so it might even be like you make so many new friends, or you have so many friends you like are trying to get organized plans with. It kind of becomes almost like this big ball of you need to have to try and unwind and figure out, well, when am I going to see them? You know, what are we going to do with, you know, my other friend, and you know, where are we going to go? That kind of thing. It's like you're trying to move all these chess pieces and figure out how you're going to fit in everything between all your, like, you know, world-class travel here with the World card. But, you know, I mean, the summer is meant to be lived to the max, so, you know, it's going to might be a little bit stressful at points and a kind of a heavy load, but you have this world energy. It's like where you're experiencing everything and having a summer that's just like for the history books, you know. And that's what I really see for you, Gemini. And again, like with this abundance energy, the Nine of Pentacles, you're just going to be like, have the Midas touch, just to have, you know, just be really having good fortune this summer, especially with the star. I mean, my gosh, this is like an incredible spread. I think whatever this Ten of Wands is, whether you're trying to build something, I always see the Ten of Wands as building something or moving. You could also be, that's very possible, moving with the world, and you're just like, it's just like a bear to get it all done. Whatever this, you know, whether you're building something or moving, you're taking on extra responsibility, you're starting a new job that's like crazy, you're starting something new that's just, have to like just learn all this stuff at once. It's really going to be worth it in the end, and you're going to have this Nine of Pentacles star type rewards coming in. And the blessing is either like literally material wealth with the Nine of Pentacles. You either moving to a nicer place or moving somewhere where you're really in your element and you're loving the surrounding space. or you're being offered, or you've saved, you know, scrimped and saved, and, you know, you're at this point now where you're able to actually have a lot of extra money to rely on, and there's even potentially something really hopeful coming in, whether it's I mean, with the star, it could be a really fortuitous offer from someone. It could be a change in health for the better, like having really good health. It could be you're seen as a star, like you're seen as someone who has this like raw, or not raw, but this like incredible, unique talent that is just, it's can't be copied. Like you're just such a unique, like, visionary force. I see that. That's why a lot of people want to be friends with you, even if you don't see it in yourself. And Gemini, I mean, you know, with us being the social butterfly type, you know, that can sometimes cause us obviously to have a lot of friends, but I see in this case it's because there's something very special about you. And a lot of people, when it comes to your interpersonal relationships, the relationships you have with others and the way you interact and communicate with others, people see you often as this just like really special, unmatched personality, and they can't help but kind of gravitate toward you. So I really see that's kind of the final energy of this summer, especially when it comes to how you interact with others and how people interact with you and how they see you as they see you as like this star, this person going places, this really, you know, this one of a kind type person. Alrighty, so I have a few oracle cards here, so let me pull those. See, what else do we have here, Spirit, for Gemini for this summer? What can they expect? What else do we have here, Spirit, for Gemini? What else do we have here, Spirit, for Gemini? What else do we have here, Spirit, for Gemini for this summer? What can they expect? What else do we have here, Spirit, for Gemini? The end of tough cycles approach. Oh, sorry, can't see that. The end of tough cycle approaches. Right. And we have the Madam Indira's oracle here. What else do we have for Gemini? Oh, okay. Dagger, interesting. That one came out for Taurus as well. Might also relate to that Ten of Swords. That's how I, and actually, in fact, Ten of Swords came out for Taurus. So, maybe you're going to have a conflict with a Taurus in your life. Okay. What else do we have for Gemini, Spirit, for this summer? Also, okay, 2 cards here. Alrighty. Oh. Man holding a coin, woman holding a heart. Okay. I'm gonna final deck here. Okay. What else do we have for Taurus this summer, please, Spirit? What do we have for Taurus this summer? What else do we have coming in for Taurus this summer? Can they expect? Ace of Wands. Okay, yeah, so I think this end of tough cycle and the dagger are probably relevant to this Ten of Swords energy that you're hopefully going to be leaving, coming into Gemini season, Geminis, and for the rest of the remaining period of the summer, hopefully, you know, you're not going to be having any of these additional tough cycles with the dagger here. You know, the dagger is kind of a cautionary card. Just kind of beware of backstabbing and you know, just plans being made without your knowledge, sort of thing. Yeah, so I you know, there's always conflict. I feel like life is never perfect. So just, you know, leave it behind. Don't just, you know, don't engage in the conflict. Just kind of, you have to just kind of leave it behind and let it go, and look forward to the future, which is really, really hopeful and bright for you, Gemini. So we see here with woman holding a heart and man holding a coin. Obviously, holding is a very strong, and even the numbers here are kind of are pairs. So there's a lot of similarities here. So I feel like you could be having, it could be a summer romance, or again, this Nine of Pentacles, it could be you leveling up to a position that you're offered by a man. You could also be working really hard this summer. That's leading to this Nine of Pentacles, material wealth, and solo wealth for you Gemini. And the woman holding the heart, that kind of goes back to the Empress energy and Venus, and being really doing everything from the heart this summer. You might put your heart out there a little bit, but you know, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? And I think in this case, with the summer you have coming in, and even the Ace of Clubs here, which is the Ace of Wands, I think you have a lot more to gain than lose by, you know, putting your heart out there, putting your heart on the line. But yeah, I think you're going to be meeting a lot of people, maybe some romantic prospects, and you're going to be this kind of Venus goddess, Aphrodite goddess this summer, and you know, whatever conflicts might come in, just, you know, end them, leave them behind. You are, you know, it's not really worth your time, because you're just kind of like, you're going places, Gemini, and the summer is going to be, I think, the ultimate zenith of the places you're going, and yeah, it's going to be a beautiful summer for you all. So I'm really excited for you, and you know, just remember that star energy. That's where it all ends at the end of the day. So I hope this brought clarity, Gemini, and if you are done, this is just the only reading you're going to watch today. I hope you really take good care. If you had any other additional readings you're going to watch based on other placements that you have in your chart, I will see you in any of the additional readings. But yeah, if not, have a great summer, Gemini, and take care. Bye now. Cancer, how are you doing? Okay, so let's see what we have in store for you all for the summer of 2025. Oh, alrighty, right off the top, a card wanted to come out here, and I'll turn it over. Ooh, the Tower, okay. Alright, so there's going to be some turbulence starting out, I think. Looks like here. Let's see what the rest says. What is Cancer's energy here for summer 2025, or what is the forecast, I should say, Spirit? What is the forecast for Cancer for summer 2025? What do they have coming in? what is the forecast, please, for Cancer for summer 2025? What do they have coming in? What is the forecast? Oh, right. What is the forecast, please? Could just shuffle these. Worth a shuffle one more time. All right. What is Cancer have coming in for the summer? What's going to be their forecast? Oh, ooh. Okay. What is the forecast for Cancer for this summer, please? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 more cards. I'm playing 7, so 2 more cards in Spirit. What is the forecast for Cancer for this summer? What's the forecast? Oh. Okay. Do that, and none of the other ones. Oh, this one did come. Okay. None of the other ones came out upright, so let me see. Is that the case? Yeah. So we'll go with those 2. Okay. Not 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Okay. All right, Cancer. So yeah, things are coming in kind of with a huge upset, like whatever it might be. There's some really stressful energy either going on now, or that's going to be going on closer to the onset of the summer. Whatever it is, it feels like kind of things are falling apart a little bit, or that's how you're feeling at the moment, whether or not that is literally what's happening. But it's like this just earthquake type terrifying energy with the Tower here. But then we have this really young and fresh and whimsical energy of the Princess of Cups or the Page of Cups. So I would say your anchor is your home or your family or your friends, and they'll get you through whatever this Tower energy is. And just the hope that we attach to summer, and whether it's, again, water activities. This has come out a lot in the reading so far today. But yeah, like just vacations, water activities, relaxation. You know, take time to do that, to sort of leave this Tower upset behind, whatever it might be, because things are going to work out. I see here they're going to work out for you. You know, so don't get too. It's hard to say. It's so much. It's a lot easier said than done. And that is to say, don't let this Tower energy consume your thoughts and your focus. Just kind of try to embody this Princess or Page of Cups, where you're thinking about, you know, planning for the summer, thinking about maybe a creative adventure you're going on, or a creative pursuit or a hobby that you're going to be taking on this summer. You know, just focus on that. Focus on the good things. Focus on the kind, sweet energy, not this Tower energy. And that's what's going to kind of push you through, and as well, and relying on friends and family to help you too. And I think, honestly, you're going to realize that you're going to learn something this summer that feels like you've hit the jackpot with the Wheel of Fortune. Like, it's going to change a lot for the better. Yes, it's really going to turn this Tower energy completely 180 around, and you're going to be, I feel like, really having a monumental shift and change much for the better. And it's funny because we have the Wheel of Fortune and Four of Pentacles right next to each other. The Wheel of Fortune is not only can it symbolize material wealth or acquiring a lot of wealth, but it just showing there's your cup runneth over, almost like you have so much of something that it's you're just like winning 100%, 150%. But then we have the Four of Pentacles, and that's a lot more of a constricting energy, maybe penny pinching, really conserving your time that you're spending toward things, maybe being even a little introverted. So it's interesting. That's a weird dichotomy, Cancer. But Cancers are a little bit, they do have that, you kind of do have that home body spirit, kind of the crab whereas it's home on its back, its shell. So I mean, that doesn't surprise me too much. I think we can be a little bit skeptics too, Cancers. So I think this summer you might see something as it being too good to be true, but don't be, just take it face value. Don't be too doubtful about it, because I think it's going to be a really positive turn of events. And with the Six of Cups here, I think you're going to it could be reunited with old friends, old family that you haven't seen in a while. You could be spending a lot of time with children, possibly, or feeling like a child and being like taken care of, especially after maybe this Tower upset. So yeah, I think that it's going to be a really sweet and loving and kind and nostalgic energy too this summer. Just kind of reconnecting with the past a bit. Maybe you're even going to be seeing more of your dad, possibly, or a parent, more of a parent, or a particular family member that might be helping you with something, helping you through something. Maybe they're smart and have been pretty successful in life, and they're going to help you be successful as well. And sure enough, with the Magician rounding out this summer for you, Cancer, you're going to be connecting all the dots and creating your own luck. The Wheel of Fortune is also obviously being just having luck, getting a lucky break. But the Magician that's when you create your own luck. That's when you are, you're the magician, you're creating the magic, you're creating your own luck, your own opportunities. And that is where I see this ultimately coming through for you. And again, it might be a friend or family member, or even potentially a romantic interest that helps you to see this potential in yourself, Cancer. But that's how I see you forging strong or really fortunate and good alliances this summer too, with people who can really help you to pursue your dreams, and who are going to be like a value add to your life. And they're going to help you. They're going to be a useful and a really good, solid friend to have, or if it's a romantic interest, maybe it's someone that just you learn a lot from. And the Six of Cups energy too could just be, that could even signify like your birthday's Cancer. Maybe you're just gonna have like a really sweet family focused birthday, where even you reconnect with some old friends or old family members. Yeah, but this is overall like a really super, you're going to be, like I said, kind of coming into it, a hot mess, or not, you're not a hot mess, I should say. You're not, it's just, these things outside of your control are just kind of a disaster at the moment when, you know, we're coming into the summer, but, you know, you're going to come out the other end really well off, Cancer. All right, so I have a few cards, oracle cards here for us. Let's see. So what does Cancer have to know about, or I'm sorry, what should Cancer know about the summer of 2025? What is going to be their forecast for the summer? Should they know? Please, from the Numerology Oracle. Time to breathe it out. Yeah. Okay. What should Cancer know for this summer? What's going to be the forecast for this summer for Cancer, please? The forecast for Cancer for this summer. The forecast for Cancer for this summer. We got 2 cards here. Okay. Alrighty. Actually, let me do this deck. 2 more decks here. What does Cancer? What's the forecast, please, Spirit, for Cancer? Oh, another 2 cards. Interesting. Okay. A lot of oracle cards coming out for you, Cancer. All right. So last one, this is the energy oracle. What's the energy for Cancer this summer? What's the energy forecaster? What is the forecast for Cancer this summer, please? We will see through these energy cards. I'm a thinking woman. Interesting. Okay. Strength and wisdom. Your luck will soon change. Wow. Well, you know, can't make this stuff up, right? Take time to breathe out. I totally feel like that is an answer to this Tower energy. The thinking woman. And let's see, where do I want to put this? Okay. Yeah, I feel like that 3 of Wands, or just, I'm just seeing the image of here of the cat trying to catch butterflies, or even, I know when I was a kid, we'd go around and try and catch fireflies in like jars, which, I mean, now that I think about it, I don't think I'd want to let children do that. It's kind of cruel to the firefly, but anyway, I just see that as like a very kid-like energy, so I feel like that's that 6 of Cups coming through here. And the 3 of Wands, just long, lazy summer evenings, watching the sunset, either engaging in the wildlife around, or letting the kid in you be a kid again, and, you know, taking joy in the little things, as I see too, Cancer, for you for this summer. So the 9 of Clubs, or that's the 9 of Wands in the tarot, you know, we have a tendency to worry about things we see as dangerous, but, you know, we have the Wheel of Fortune here, we have the Black Cat, your luck will soon change, we have strength and wisdom, I mean, we have the Magician, the King of Wands guiding you, so, you know, that 4 of Pentacles type energy, the 9 of Wands, you know, trying to feel like guard your defenses, or guard yourself for the worst potentially happening. You know, don't be too closed off. Also, I was just looking at this and I was thinking, depending on where you are, just also if you're out in, you know, a forest or in nature, just be careful of any kind of, you know, potentially dangerous creatures out there, you know, but that's kind of a very specific message. I think overall it's just 9 of Wands is to be, you know, you want to be careful, you want to be cautious, and you don't want to dismiss any potential dangers, but Cancer, you are strong enough to get through them, and whatever this might be, you know, you have a lot of luck here, and you're going to be ending the summer with the Magician energy and like just being the creator of everything. So creator of your perfect life, or the life you've envisioned, which I think is shown through the thinking woman. You know, you're putting thought into everything you do, and as you're spending time at home, or as you're in this Four of Pentacles energy, where you're kind of conserving your space or your time, you're also planning your next move as the thinking woman. And look, we have another butterfly there. Butterflies are also symbols of transformation, right? The caterpillar eventually blossoms into the butterfly. So, and the Tower is a transformational energy too. Usually it's a difficult transformation, right? It's a turbulent period, but then we get through, we come through transformed. And that's another thing I'm really seeing for you this summer, Cancer, is just it's transformative. And when all is said and done and the dust settles, you're going to be this magician, this you know, adept at everything, and able to create your own luck. So that's all I have for you today, Cancer. If you're not going to be sticking around for any of the other readings, I hope you take really good care. And if you do happen to maybe sit in on any of the other readings for signs that are in other areas of your chart, I will see you then. But yeah, just take care and have a great summer, Cancer. Hi, Leo. How are you today, my Leos, my Lions? It's one of my favorite signs. Not that I shouldn't have any that are favorites, but you know, I'm an animal person, so, well, I guess obviously lion isn't the only animal embodiment of the signs, but I love my cats, so. Let's see what this summer has in store for you, my fierce Leos. So Spirit, what does the summer have in store for Leo, please? What does the summer have in store for Leo, please? What's coming in? What's the forecast for Leo, please? What's the forecast for Leo, please, for the summer? I'm going to be pulling 7 cards from the tarot. Oh, we got one. All right. Yep, you never shy away from anything, Leo. Okay. What is coming in? What is the forecast for this summer, please, Spirit, for Leo? What's the forecast for this summer, please, Spirit, for Leo? Okay. Forecast for summer, please, Leo. Or what's the forecast, Spirit, for the summer, please, for Leo? What is the forecast? What is Leo's summer? Need 4 more cards. Ooh. This one fell. Oh. Get it here. Okay. Ooh. Oh no. My other cards fell. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. I knew it was going to happen sooner or later. Alrighty. So, let's see. We got 4. Just need 3 more, please, Spirit. What's Leo's summer forecast? What can they expect for summer 2025? This Page of Cups. It's been coming out in almost every reading today. Okay. This one wanted to come out, so I'm gonna take that there too. Okay. 2 aces, so a lot of firsts coming in. Actually, an ace brackets here, the beginning and the ending of the summer energy for you, Leo. I don't know if you can see that very well. Okay. All right, so Leo, let's start here at the top, or at the beginning with the Ace of Swords. I think you're gonna see this summer as a turning point, or at least a point in your life where you're starting something from scratch, maybe, or you're being really forced to be direct with communication, and there's just going to be like a lot of just communication, I feel like, for you overall this summer. I know that's kind of vague, but I'm trying to think of a good way to say it. It's like you're the catalyst for a lot of things this summer, and you're having to start, you're taking on this energy of, okay, I'm going to get this started, I'm going to reach out to this person and this person and this person, and we're going to get this going, and then I'm going to turn around and, okay, we've got to get this propped up, so I'm going to, shoot off emails to X, Y, and Z people, and, I'm going to get them going on this, and you're like just taking charge this summer and not tiptoeing around anything. You're just like going straight for it, and you're being really just straightforward in your language, and in the way you interact with others, just being taking on a new, I feel like, new role of like just being the impetus for a lot of plans, or a lot of things coming together, whether you're like a hostess at a restaurant and you're constantly having to find tables for people, and getting servers organized or figured out how many tables are going to take on, and just you're kind of the piece that gets it all going and gets it carried off without a hitch. That's how I see you, Leo. And it's no wonder, because Leo is this really outgoing and strong, super strong energy. And I see that you are relying on that to almost take on a new dimension for yourself this summer, and being this, this steady, strong force that just, like I said, it's kind of, you're taking on this new role. Maybe it's through a job or through some sort of hobby or enterprise this summer, that it's helping you to kind of really grow into this, and almost like you're going to become a crusader almost, a little bit, just making sure that you're you're helping the greater good, maybe. So, and dealing with family and friends, again, we have both of these swords together. It could also be you're using this Ace of Swords to cut through confusion with family and friends, and being that person who voices what no one else wants to voice. You're telling the hard truths, and being you're speaking these truths to be fair and honest, not to be mean or hurtful. And again, Leo, with your bravery and your just like instant likability, I think you're able to say these things and people listen to you and don't get too upset because they know you're not saying this to be cruel or to upset anyone. You're just calling balls and strikes and telling it how you see it. And you know, if that means saying something that someone's not going to want to hear, you know, so be it. But you're not going to shy away from you know, telling family and friends something maybe important this summer. And it could be a friend and a friend's relationship or a family member's relationship where it's maybe not the greatest one, or it could even be your own relationship where you're just like trying to figure out, okay, well, like, where is this going? I think that's a time to really think long and hard about it this summer, or put a little bug in someone's ear, being the Queen of Swords, and just telling them to really reflect on you know, what's happening with the relationship here. Because honestly, we don't want to bring a lot of baggage into summer. You know, you want to be this airy, fresh Page of Cups energy where you're just like spending a lot of time in the sun or in the water and just drinking a lot of margaritas or something, or like pina coladas, like some fruity nice drink, you know, going on trips, having fun, you know, living your life, living your youth. And that's really the point of summers. And that's what I see, honestly, also for you, Leo, is you're able to take time out from getting stuff done and being like commanding and kind of that steady presence for others, or at least that brave impetus for others. And you're also able to kind of really connect with this other side of you that's you know, that's young and free and even poetic maybe at points. You might be getting some heartfelt messages from people too. It could even be family members or friends where you or a lover, you know, or a love interest where they send you a really sweet, just really sweet message. I would say don't take on too much of this energy, Leo, because at the end of the day, Leos are, you're laid back, you're fun, you're funny. So, you know, remember that too. Remember that. And, you know, try to really connect with that as well this summer. Because, you know, the Empress here, you know, she is also that fiery energy, but it's more a fiery energy that manifests itself into just beauty and love. So I see that ultimately as you go on through the summer, that's where you're kind of going to be coming out here with this like almost like a glow up type period where you've put in maybe a lot of work, or you've been kind of more serious toward the beginning of it, whether it's because of family or relationship obligations, work obligations. But that all kind of comes out on the latter half of the summer to this period where you're just able to relax and revel in either a beautiful surrounding if you go on a trip, or even indulge in your own beauty, you know, through maybe wearing a really cute little bathing suit you bought, or you know, having your hair styled a certain way, and just lounging by the pool, and maybe even collecting a few admirers from others that are nearby, either the pool or the beach, or what it might be. Yeah, so there's a lot of like, just, yeah, the latter half of the summer, you're going to be like really resting and finding peace and almost like recuperating maybe a little bit. Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of, I feel like, beautifying going on for you, Leo. You're just gonna come out of this summer, like maybe even like I said before, maybe like a physical glow up, or you know, you're able to like relax for a long period and just get your mind back in order, and I feel like all your chakras aligned, and just where you're like in this really good place, emotionally and physically. Maybe you have to go to the doctor, I don't know, but it also could just be this presence of the King of Cups here, who is a you know, a friend or a family member who is really a loving presence, and a peaceful presence, and a kind presence that like rejuvenates you, and you take strength from them and their quiet, kind, just persona. That's just constantly refreshing, and sort of replenishes your mental space and your just your energy overall. And it could even be from them, or it's coming from somewhere else, where this Ace of Pentacles comes in right at the end of the summer here. And I see that as a new, well, Ace of Pentacles, it's, you know, overall a new financial beginning, but it could also be a new talent you discover that you didn't know you had. It could be you learning a talent, learning something where it's like, wow, you know, I'm actually good at this. It could be that you're offered a job, or you're offered something that's beneficial to you, if maybe not through financial, you know, in financial means, but it's beneficial in that it's going to help propel maybe your career, or your venture, whatever it might be, your job goals further. It's going to move it further down the road, and you're going to be able to capitalize on it at some point. But yeah, there's a lot of new energy. So this is kind of coming into summer for you, Leo. You have this really strong, like, forthright and really assertive energy with the Ace of Swords coming in. This, like I said, is kind of a new growth period, I feel like, for you, and your communication style and your leadership style. But then at the end, we have this new, either could be a new financial beginning, a new, like I said, a new beginning, even health-wise, where you're granted this new clean bill of health for, you know, something, whatever it might be. Or it's just like a new golden opportunity that you're given, that you given the chance to take someone up on, which maybe it's the King of Cups that comes to you with it. And you know, it's really going to be beneficial to you in the long term. Yeah, so that is what I see, Leo, overall. Let's pull some oracle cards and see what they have to say. All right. So what is coming in the summer for Leo? It's coming in the summer for Leo. Oh my goodness. I swear, I there we go. I'm not pulling these on purpose. this has happened a few times today, especially in the Moonology Oracle. I mean, gosh, that's really channeling the energy strongly today. Okay, so what is coming in for Leo, please, Spirit, this summer? Confidence is key to your success. Yep, you need to have that Ace of Swords type confidence. It's one thing to be, you know, outgoing and confident with how you converse with others, but it's there's another aspect of confidence when it comes to like taking on a leadership role. So really a well-rounded confidence is the key for you, Leo, this summer. Yes. So what else do we have to know? Or what else can you tell us, Spirit, about Leo and their forecast for this summer? What else can you tell us? 5 of Wands or 5 of Clubs, which is the 5 of Wands in tarot. Oops. We keep here, shift a little bit more. What else can you tell us about Leo and their forecast for this summer, please? What else can you tell us about Leo's forecast? Okay, one more card here. Okay. Yeah, so I feel like the Deceit card here could relate potentially to this Lover's energy and, you know, you having to be the bearer of some hard truths, potentially. And you're kind of the spirit. I mean, I feel like that's who you are. Unseen. You're the unseen force watching over others. And there's an unseen force watching for good. You're an angel. It's a spirit watching over you this summer, too. So know that you are being watched over. The 5 of Clubs, the 5 of Wands, that's when there's, I always see that as too many chefs in the kitchen type of a card. And you can even see like the cat was a little miffed here, like waiting, maybe even waiting for well, it looks like the coffee's brewed, but it's like, you know, coffee hasn't taken effect yet. They still seem just annoyed and on edge, which is how you typically feel before you have your coffee. So that is, where would that fit in here? Not quite sure where that would fit in. But that could be an aspect of, if it doesn't fit in here at the beginning of because this is where I see a lot of the energy coming in the beginning. So it could fit in there where you're having to coordinate things and it gets kind of annoying having to coordinate back and forth, whatever it might be. That could be an overall theme for the summer. I mean, summer does typically require coordination, whether it's coordination on going for trips or seeing people, friends, or, you know, if people are out of the office, covering for them. So yeah, it could be a little bit of that this summer. Just issues with communication, and that's where the Ace of Swords comes in also, is don't wait to receive direction, you know, give the direction, or at least reach out to someone and make them crystal clear on what you need from them or what they need to do. Because that's the way we're gonna cut through any kind of confusion or coordination hurdles. And then lastly, we have the Moonology Oracles here, 2 cards, and yeah, so confidence is key to your success. New Moon in Leo, 110%, or really, I guess you really can't even put a percentage on this, because this is the soul of Leo right here, is the confident lion, and that's who you are. That is who you are, Leo, to your core. So just always call on that, your innate confidence, and your innate power, and it is going to be the key to your success and the key to prosperity. And that's where we see here what we see coming in at the end with the Ace of Pentacles at the toward the end of the summer, is this abundance and prosperity, and a new, really new auspicious beginning for you, Leo. So it's a great reading, and you know, you have a great summer ahead, and really happy for you guys. And if you are going to be just leaving me here, that's totally fine. If you're going to be sticking around to listen in on a few other readings for maybe signs that are in other placements on your chart, I will see you at one of the other readings. But if not, yeah, take really good care, Leo. Take good care. See you later. Hey Virgo, I hope you are doing well today. So we are going to see here what is in store for you for summer 2025, just coming up here in just, you know, about a month. So I'm going to pull some cards. I'll pull about 7. And Spirit, can you please tell us what Virgo can expect for summer 2025, please? What's in the forecast for Virgo? May I have 7 cards, please? What is in the forecast for my Virgos? What can we expect, please, for summer 2025 for Virgo? What can we expect, please? Okay. Righty. Well, what can we expect, please, for Virgo for summer 2025? Yep. 7 of Pentacles is classic Virgo. What can we expect, please, for summer 2025, please, for Virgo? What can my Virgos expect, please? Summer 2025. Ooh. 3 more cards, please, Spirit. What can my Virgos expect? What can my Virgos expect for summer 2025? What can my Virgos expect? Cards. 2 more cards, please, Spirit. 2 more cards. What can my Virgos expect for summer 2025? Okay. 1 more card. What can my Virgos expect for summer 2025? 1 more card, please. Can my Virgos expect? Okay. Wow, 2 Knights. Virgo, this is... Ooh, it's going to be kind of a successful summer for you, I feel like, in love, or at least with these Knights, I'm just seeing them, and see how they're divided here by the 8 of Cups. There's going to be potentially 2 love interests you have this summer, maybe overlapping at the same time. Maybe you need to choose between one or the other. It could be someone from your past and someone from your present or near future, a near future being someone that comes in the summer. And, you know, you have to choose to either walk away from both or one or the other. That's what I'm seeing at the latter half of the summer. I think this is going to be really a summer that where you lose something. With the Death card, that's always an energy of something changing irrevocably, something you're not going to go. There's no backtracking. It's pretty much over. It's like such a milestone that it's basically the end of one chapter, the beginning of another. So I see that as, when you look back on the summer, Virgo, that's going to be this really like rite of passage, transformative energy, where there could even be, you lose something that, you know, could be the loss of virginity possibly, or even the loss of a homeland. Let's say that you move to another country and you never go back to your homeland, or you move to another state and you never end up moving back to the state where you're from possibly. I mean, death is like the end of high school, graduation. You're never going to go back, right? So it's like the only way forward is, or the only path forward is ahead, basically, sort of energy. So yeah, this is going to be a really, really important summer, Virgo, really important summer. And really, what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry. A summer that's shapes, I think, potentially, it's like a bookmark in your life story. This summer is how I'm feeling things are going to go for you, Virgo. Not to be super like serious or anything or intense, but yeah, it's gonna be a big summer. That's all I can say. And the 13th, I don't know, might be a relevant number to a date during the summer, or even an age range, possibly 1331, something like that. Could even be the death of you know, you're turning, let's say, a milestone birthday this year, like turning 20, turning 30, turning 40, where you're like closing out a decade. You know, you're never closing out that decade that preceded it. So anyway, there's a lot of scenarios where death is involved, but death is always kind of a very important cornerstone in our lives and in our life story. However, with all that being said, it looks like you have a really strong female support system in your family, maybe a really close mother or a close female relative that's like maternal to you, or that's really caring and nurturing, and you know, someone that you can always support on, maybe even your sister. You're potentially this way as well. You know, you're not afraid to show your affection and maybe hug people and kiss them. And, you know, I feel like you're always really happy to listen to someone. And you're like the type of person, I feel like, Virgo, where it's really easy to be friends with you. And Virgos don't necessarily have that temperament necessarily. But to be honest, actually, every Virgo I've ever met, I get along really well with them. So, but that's how I see you, and how I think that you're probably, it also stems from having just a good family, a good anchor in your family, someone, I'm seeing female, that's just really like supportive and a really good role model for how you ideally should express your emotions, and you know, has a lot of emotional intelligence. So you've kind of grown up into a very emotionally mature and giving and generous person as well. How that relates to the summer, I think that this person will be helping you at certain points, you know, to get through this death energy, or to work with you through it, or to guide you on how to make even peace with the death energy. And you know, after this period of a death, you know, you change a chapter, you graduate high school and you go to college. Like it's also can come with a lot of changes and feelings that we're off to something better now. But at the end of the day, it's a lot of times just slogging through the process and taking it step by step. And that's how I see sort of you, I think, working through it this summer, whatever this big change is, this big transformation. It doesn't negate the other obligations you have to do this summer and the steps you have to take to move on from this death energy. So, I mean, this could be you making plans and saving up money for a better future. Could be like, you know, an internship or a job somewhere, especially if it is a graduation type situation, but now you really need to get the real world experience and the work experience. You know, it's like you've passed one hurdle and one really huge huge life-changing event, but now you're having to put in the work. And the Seven of Pentacles energy is a lot like Virgo, because it's a monotonous, meticulous type energy, just like Virgo, who's kind of a perfectionist, but it's also boring. It's boring work. So even though you're doing it well, doing it day after day after day, it's just boring work. So there might be a little bit of boredom mixed in here for the summer, especially when it comes to your work life, or at least your anything involved with work, whether it's actually physical work or school work, or you're having to put together documents or even apply to jobs. That's all kind of in the work realm. And it's just a rinse, lather, and repeat type energy, where you're just doing the same thing day in and day out. But, you know, with that energy, we also graduate, we move forward onto the Eight of Pentacles, where we're an expert, and we're like, at that point, we know it so well, the job, we can do it again and again, and each further time we're doing it, we're improving upon the last time. So we become, you know, it starts out as maybe a boring task of repetition, but ultimately we're able to improve on it and become kind of an expert at the job, if that makes sense. So there is expertise as well that you'll be acquiring in this, like this repetitive, maybe monotonous task that you have upcoming this summer. But in the center here is a really beautiful energy. There's been really great centralizing energies for all of the zodiac signs so far in this reading, and I love the Four of Wands. It's probably one of my favorite cards. I imagine the same for you all, but this is a period of maybe toward midsummer. I just thought of Shakespeare's Midsummer's, what is it, Midsummer's Dream? I don't know that that play, but this could be a wedding you're attending, some sort of celebration, maybe a baby shower, or a work picnic, or a work like family day. It could even be some sort of maybe like concert or like festival that you're attending, but it's going to be a period for you to stop this, get out of this boring, dull Seven of Pentacles energy, and really refill your tank for you know, things that bring you joy, and things that, as Virgos, you know, we are, or you are, I shouldn't say we are, because I'm not technically a Virgo, but it's a sign that's very, very grounded. So sometimes it's good to get this fiery energy in I guess zapped into Virgo's energy to enliven it, and to get it passionate about something, and just ambitious, and you know, proactive, I guess, and I feel like it's a good recharge whenever we bring in the Wands energy, when we're dealing with earth signs and very earthy energy. So I think this is going to be a great midsummer respite, where you're going and having great fun at whatever this event may be, a wedding, or it could be a weekend trip, or anything where you're celebrating and you're with among friends and family, or among others that you become friendly with, and you know, where you just have fun and you dance and laugh and just, you know, live the perfect summer, live an event or experience an event that's kind of the perfect summer highlight. When all is said and done and you're in the fall, and I imagine you'll be thinking back on this, whatever this Four of Wands energy is, and kind of being a little nostalgic about it, but I think it will bring good memories, though, a lot of good memories. So now the latter half of summer, yeah, this is really, really interesting, Virgo. So we start off at this kind of very heavy life-altering death energy. And then you're rounding out the summer with these 2 nights. Now, the nights could also be different aspects of you, Virgo. With the Knight of Swords, this might be how you feel, the speed at which you feel the summer's going when you're not in this Seven of Pentacles energy, like outside of these times, like when you're doing the Four of Wands, when you're in the Four of Wands energy, or you're with family. It just seems like the summer flies by. And then you're left here toward the end looking back on and thinking, do I have all my ducks in a row? Did I ever do everything I needed to do? And then we have the Knight of Cups here. And I feel more certain that this is going to be a person, potentially a love interest coming in, maybe a date, someone that asks you out on a date. You could have been single for a little while. Although with this Knight of Swords, I feel like this is an on and off potentially relationship, or at least a relationship you had or have, but you meet someone potentially else this summer. It could be like a fling type energy, but I think one of the potentially the purposes of this, if this isn't an aspect of the Knight of Cups isn't an aspect of yourself, that is to maybe give you a hold up a comparison to the Knight of Swords. I mean, maybe the Knight of Swords you're not getting everything you need from that person. So the Knight of Cups is you kind of held up, you hold up against the Knight of Swords an alternate option. And whereas you have this Knight of Cups who seems to be more attentive, who asks you your opinion, who's more thoughtful, who's kind, and maybe even a little poetic at times. Whereas the Knight of Swords is the guy who likes the fast cars and maybe likes even potentially weapons, I don't know, or likes more manly things. Like I feel like I'd see them going what is that, axe throwing? I think that's like the thing right now, or was more of a popular thing, but they're the warrior type, or the young warrior type energy, where the Knight of Cups is I just always see it as him as a troubadour, or her as a troubadour, the wandering musician who's just spouting out love sonnets and love songs all the time, and just wants to make love, not war, basically. So they're like the antithesis a little bit of the Knight of Swords. So it's like you're given these 2 very different options, and you need to choose, and it seems like you're maybe a little bit partial to one choice over the other. But if nothing else, these 2, since they are so different, they give you a really clear picture of pros and cons in each. Whereas you're in doing that, you're able to make kind of a better decision and walk away from, one path toward another. And if this is 2 aspects of yourself, this could be, again, it's, to go back to the death, I feel like there's a lot of, like on the threshold of a new age or a new period of your life. You could be deciding to leave behind guys that maybe even are your age or a little bit younger, and move on to more mature men. Sorry, I kind of, my thoughts went away from me from there for a moment. What I wanted to say is you could be deciding to move out of this Knight of Swords energy where you're constantly maybe rushing and even a little defensive and combative at times, possibly. Whereas through just growing and life experience and reflection, you're able to kind of grow out of that chaotic little bit energy and grow into this Knight of Cups energy where it's still kind of a younger novice, still learning things a bit, but it's from a much better standpoint. With emotions regulated and you know, having better connections with others, being the type of person who's you know, asking people out or asking people not for advice, not giving it. So I feel like there's even a move from telling to listening in your personality a bit, or at least in your as you mature throughout this summer. It's like you're shedding this young rebel rouser type energy, and it could be through work, through some sort of work experience where you're just you're taught to really call on your Virgo patience and Virgo groundedness to mature into this compassionate, kind person, and who's seen as a very helpful coworker, a coworker who cares about their fellow coworkers, and who can be reliant to always provide a helping hand. And that's how I see you kind of coming out of the summer. So it's not necessarily, if it isn't, you know, so it could be that your summer forecast, it does involve two potential love suitors, and then you having to kind of decide between the two and decide which path you're going to walk away from, which path you're going to walk toward. Or it could be the summer is a lot more transformative in yourself, which in either case, it's going to be transformative. But your self-expression really shifts this summer due to, you know, either repeated tasks or repeated duties you have to perform, and just patience and diligence, and a lot of the other traits that are involved in just being a competent, thoughtful adult. It's like this is a threshold this summer where you're kind of growing out of the child and into the or maybe like growing out of the more childlike energy into a much more adult, responsible, conscientious and kind person. So there's those two aspects I see coming in for you, Virgo, for this summer. I feel like this is probably so far the most intense pile I've read for this reading, and you know, of course, Death with the Scorpio energy and Pluto, it's always going to be an intense reading when Death comes out. But this is like going to be a big summer when you look back on it, when all is said and done. And you might come out of the summer, I do feel strongly that you'll come out of the summer with a with having had some sort of relationship over the summer, or with an, you know, come out of the summer with having you know, a partner, a current partner. Maybe that you meet toward the end, or the second half. Maybe you even meet them at this Four of Wands event, whatever it might be, a wedding, some sort of celebration. But I have a few oracle cards now, so I'm going to pull those for you. Let's see here. Spirit, can we please have some oracle message for Virgo? What can they expect this summer? Please have some oracle message for Virgo, please. Expect some further final oracle messages for Virgo, please. Expect this summer. Okay. And this is the Cosmic Cat deck, I think is the name. It's really cool illustrations. And it's just regular, as you can see, playing card suits, and there's illustrations in each card. Okay, okay, community. Okay. Can Virgo expect this summer, please, Spirit? Some oracle card messages. What can Virgo expect this summer? What's the summer forecast for Virgo, please? What is the summer forecast for Virgo, please? Spirit. Oops, sorry. Just this last one. It's the Moonology Oracle. Let's see here. It's set in stone. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to put these where I feel like they're directly speaking to. The Queen of Pentacles, or Queen of Diamonds in a regular playing deck, is Queen of Pentacles in tarot. So we have two queens here, and I feel like the Queen of Pentacles is going to be you coming out of this summer as a direct byproduct of the Seven of Pentacles, that boring job or some sort of boring task you're having to go through, very repetitive. At the end of the day, either you're going to get reimbursed for it financially, or it's going to help you later on to become industrious, to become more advanced in your career. So that's why I see it. You know, it all counts in the end. You know, your hard work in growing into, you know, the ultimate, you know, Queen of Pentacles, the ultimate goal of the suit. You know, and ultimate progression, especially of the court cards. And then we have you are destined to succeed. So again, I think that is, so yeah, if you're just feeling whatever the Seven of Pentacles is, you're going to be working on it, and you're just so freaking bored out of your mind, or you're just thinking, you know, this isn't going anywhere, I'm just doing the same thing day in and day out, you're going to get you will have success in the end. And I'm sorry, it's getting kind of dark in here. Let me see if I can get my light on. See, it's a little better. Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know how long it's been dark for you. I'll try and see if I can edit it when I before I upload it. Yes, so this community card number 7 from the Energy Oracle totally is a total, you know, mirror of the Four of Wands. So it's going to be an event, and I'm even seeing like 3 of Cups with here. This is a very much reminiscent of the 3 of Cups in a way too. And we have the pillars, like we have the wands and the Four of Wands. So yeah, it's very obviously strong indication that you're going to be going to some sort of really fun, could be a community day or a community festival or a community, I don't know, street fair or something like that, where it's right in the middle of summer and it's just like a really fun highlight for you, and a really fun really fun outing where you either meet up with friends or you meet new people that potentially become friends. And if you do know of this event or whatever it might be, if you have an inkling of what it might be, I would make sure you have your tickets for it, or if you need to purchase any kind of ticket, do that. Yeah, I feel like this is something that you're gonna know what it is. It's not just some, fair you just end up attending at the last minute. I think you'll know well in advance what, that you wanna go to this, because it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be something you wanna do. Could be even like a convention, but yeah, I think that's gonna be a really fun part of the summer for you, Virgo, for you to just shed that workhorse energy and really just let your hair down and have fun with your friends and have fun with others, because yeah, at the end of the day, our relationships with others are really important, yeah. And then lastly, we have the Moonology Oracle. Sorry, Virgo, my light it's this clip-on light, it just fell. So I just had to cut unless, you want to see the fall, which I doubt you do. I had to cut the video for a second, but it's probably telling me you got to wrap this up, because I can kind of ramble sometimes. But the last message I see coming through for you all is that nothing is yet set in stone. So whatever this choice is that you're having to possibly make, whether or not it's between two people, I'm not sure. It's going to depend on your situation. I have a strong suspicion that's what it is, but it's it could really go either way. Just make sure to remind yourself that you can always, it's better making a choice than delaying it forever. Even if you make a choice, there's always a chance to either, make the best of that choice, or to even possibly go back after a little period of time and see if, maybe you should have chosen differently. And there's always a path to reconciling your choices. So just know that there's a lot in this life that isn't necessarily set in stone. So there's always seems to be flexibility, as long as we can think creatively and allow for that flexibility in ourselves. And incidentally, nights are mutable. They're mutable energies, so they're constantly changing too. So that's something, I guess, to be mindful of as well, that if these nights are potential suitors or partners, there's always change that might result in that as well. But yeah, so that's what I have for you, Virgo. I hope it wasn't too rambly. But this is a really very fascinating reading, which I would expect nothing less from you all, you Virgos. Another really great sign. I have, like I said, know some really awesome Virgos. So if you are going to be sticking around for any of my other readings for the other zodiac signs in their summer forecasts, I will see you in one of those. And if not, I hope that you'll come back and whatever you decide, I just hope you take really good care and have a great summer. Thanks, Virgo. Bye. Hi, Libra. How are you? So I am just starting to shuffle the deck right off the bat. And, oh my goodness, first card here. I'm gonna pull 7 cards, and I think Spirit already knows. I know the deal. I've already gone through several of the zodiac signs already. So let's see, for Spirit, please, for Libra. Oh, here we go, another one. What can we expect for summer 2025 for Libra, please? What's coming in for Libra? What can they expect for this summer, please? What is their forecast for this summer for Libra? What is the forecast for Libra this summer, please, Spirit? What is the forecast for summer, please, for Libra, Spirit? What is the forecast? 4 more cards, please. The forecast for Libra, please, for this summer, please, Spirit. Okay, 4. What is the forecast for Libra, please, for this summer, Spirit? What is the forecast for Libra, please, for this summer, Spirit? Uh-oh. Fell. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay. All right. This one to come out too, so take that. Okay. Let's see. Make sure you can see. I don't know if you can see the candle wax here. I have it's kind of getting a little bit darker here as I'm recording this, and I have a light that's kind of clipped on here to provide a little bit more light for the recording, and it fell earlier during my reading with Virgo, and the wax went everywhere, so hopefully I can fix that. But if you see it here, the wax, that's where it's from. Anyway, okay, so we have our cards, and let's see here. So, Libra, 6 of Cups. I think you're gonna have a lot of sweet nostalgia when you look back on this summer. Maybe you're spending time with a younger family member, or doing something that's like really integral to your childhood. Maybe you're babysitting, or maybe you're I don't know, maybe it's like a puppy love type of relationship for you when you start out this summer. You know, like a really sweet first crush type situation. But I feel like home obligations might be another overarching theme of this summer. Maybe you have a lot of chores you have to take care of, or you're juggling home life with your professional life, and there's even, I feel like, a period of time where you're trying to just keep all your finances straight. Maybe finances directly in relation to your home, or you know, maybe you have like a couple jobs going on this summer too, where so you're getting income from multiple sources, but still not like a ton of income. But that could also cause you to be a little bit disconnected from home life possibly this summer. I think that also a friend is gonna either you or a friend will ask you for help with like some sort of creative project, or maybe you have something that you're, some sort of new creative pursuit that you're trying to get off the ground, and you're trying to fit it in between the jobs, the work, maybe spending time with old friends. You're trying to get this going, and yeah, I feel like there's a lot of crushing energy. Like you have also like 1 or 2 strong crushes this summer. And it could be a secret you're keeping from someone too, that you like them, and yeah, you're just keeping it a secret, possibly. Maybe it's even someone you interact with daily. I mean, maybe you go out for coffee or get some sort of drink with them. I think a lot of this summer, Libra, is really focused on finances. You're trying to build like a really big nest egg for your future, either a future home or a future like living situation, or just saving for your family, or saving for at least a couple family members possibly. Maybe you have a child or like a younger sibling or something too. But I feel like that's the goal with a lot of the maybe multiple jobs you take on this summer, is wanting to get to this 10 of Pentacles place eventually. So you're going to be really I feel like you will get a lot of the extra money you're looking for this summer, at least get a good, make good progress on starting this, like this nest egg by the end of the summer. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of work. So a lot of work this summer, I think, for you Libra. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, as the saying goes. So don't forget that. You gotta take a little bit of time out to enjoy the summer and have fun. So if it is a crush situation, possibly, I don't know that it's a reciprocated connection. And honestly, I think this person is possibly kind of immature anyway, so I don't know that they would have really given you the type of relationship you deserve. Might be more of like them looking for a summer fling versus you looking for some like long-term commitment. But I see you coming out of the summer, Libra, really proud of yourself and everything you've accomplished. Like you're on cloud nine, 9 of Cups. Just really patting yourself on the back almost. Like, you are the boss this summer, basically. So while, there might be some trials in love, this, at the end of the day, they fade, and but our hard work is really what is the testament of our hard work is really what is endures. So I see this as more of a summer for you, Libra, of using all of your intelligence and your expertise and fortitude to really take a crack at, or at least you getting a leg up on this ambition of potentially financial ambition, and you know, being really proud of yourself and loving yourself for your again, your fortitude, your just really strong hustle this summer to make this extra either this extra money, or make even like home improvements, or like a change in your home situation, and even a crazy pursuit that maybe brings you a little bit of money. I think it's going to be really a productive and you know, summer for you, Libra, where it just, you are the testament to your good work is going to show at the end of the summer through your own self-confidence and your self-appreciation of all the work you put in, and also you know, will be a tangible appreciation as well, in the form of potentially money you've saved, or that you've earned and saved, and that you're, you know, where you're able to build on you know, future of wealth that you're kind of trying to work toward. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Libra. You're very level-headed. You are very level-headed sign. So I don't see this heartache slowing you down. You know, I'm an air sign too, but I am also a Scorpio rising, so I have a lot, emotions hit me a lot harder sometimes, but I don't see the same for you all, Libra. Here, I just don't. You're the type to really just like, I mean, it hurts for a few days, but then you're just like very common sense and rational about it, and you know, just look at the bigger picture and realize it's, you know, not really going to make that much of a dent in how I remember this period in the future. Which is how it should be, because you know, if someone isn't worth your time, it's not worth crying over spilled milk with regard to them. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering, and let's see here. I have a few oracle cards. So Spirit, please, what are some oracle messages for Virgo, or I'm sorry, for Libra this summer, please, Spirit? What are some oracle messages, Libra, please, for this summer? Oracle messages. And I'm sorry if it's dark. It does look really dark when I see the screen here. I will try and fix that. Huh, luck is on your side. Okay. So, Spirit, please, let me have some oracle messages for Virgo this summer. Some oracle messages for... Oh, did I say Virgo again? I'm sorry. May I please, Spirit, have some oracle messages for Libra? Please have some oracle messages for Libra. Please have an oracle message for Libra for this summer. What can they... Oh, what can they expect? Okay. Spirit, may I please have some oracle messages? Possibly some good ones. Okay. One more deck here. Spirit, may I have an oracle message, please, for Libra for this summer? One final oracle message, please, for Libra for this summer. One oracle message for Libra, please, for this summer. One final oracle message for Libra, please, for this summer. Final oracle message. So So we have the Moonology Oracle. This is the Energy Oracle. This is Madame Endora's Oracle. And I think this is the Cosmic Cat, or Cosmic Cat. It's a playing deck, but each card is illustrated with a cat on it. And this is the Jack of Diamonds, which is the Jack of Page of Pentacles in Tarot. Yeah, so there is going to be, I'm sorry, a little bit of a broken heart, but again, Libra, the summer doesn't end with the broken heart. You know, maybe it is a little bit toward the end, but you know, you're going to bounce back from it and be really in a better place just with your self-awareness and your self-worth, feelings of self-worth and self-worth and self-confidence, whatever might have transpire here. Because I think you're gonna realize this person wasn't really worth your time and, you know, hurt feelings. And that's all part of, you know, I hate to sound dismissive of it, but it is a little bit of part of life, and you know, we just got to bounce back and get back on the horse. But easier said than done, and you know, trust me, that's the last thing you want to hear when you are going through this. But you know, if everything, time is the best healer. Everything passes. So we have these both come out reversed, and we did I didn't really address the Queen of Wands reverse. We have a few reversals here for you, Libra, and that is significant. It means there's also going to be a few obstacles, I feel like, around this period of heartbreak or upset that you experience, because they all kind of came out right around here. Or the Queen of Wands obviously is right here, and then these, I think when they both jumped out of the deck, they jumped out in this area. So I'm assuming that these are a direct result or in direct correlation to this Three of Swords energy. And first is, ooh, the Wirren kind of looks like a Griffin, sorry, I don't know if I'm saying that right, the mythical animal I'm thinking of, but it says your secrets are safe. So I'm thinking there's maybe a secret that comes out here. Maybe someone spills the beans that you have a crush on someone, and you learn they don't reciprocate the feelings. And then we have the Mystic Circle. Your ability will be enhanced, or your abilities will be enhanced, I'm sorry. I see this as really bringing you down. So I'm thinking your intuitive abilities. I think your intuition really receives a blow from this Three of Swords, broken heart period, and you know, your intuitive abilities, your abilities, even of reason, I feel like they're going to be shaken, and you're going to be a little just muddled for a little bit as you work through this, and you get over whatever the broken heart is. And then we have the Page of Pentacles, the Jack of Diamonds here, and our little black cat. Honestly, I kind of see this as maybe even a analogy to how you might feel kind of after you emerge from this period. It's kind of, the cat's looking a little rough, you know, like maybe he hasn't cleaned himself in a few days, or I don't even know, like stuck his paw in a toaster, and he looks like he's a little fried there. But but you know, he's still chugging along, right? Even though his hair really, you know, it's not looking great, but yeah, he made it through, and I feel like that's going to be you, and what's going to be waiting for you on the other end once you sort of take care of yourself in this situation going on, is the Nine of Cups, where you're enveloped into a sense of overcoming it. Like, it wasn't, maybe broke your heart, but it didn't break your spirit. And I think when clarity comes through, you know, I don't think it will take too long for it to happen, for this to pass and the clarity come through. I think you'll realize, you know, wow, you know, I'm a soldier, you know, I got through it, and you know, I feel like you're gonna feel like you can handle anything then at that point, and this will be toward the end of the summer. So it ends on a really beautiful note, Libra, even though there are gonna be some challenges. There are gonna be a few challenges for you this summer, Libra, but nothing you can't handle, okay? It's nothing you can't handle. That's all I have for you today, Libra. I really appreciate it if you stuck around to the end here, and I just appreciate you, period, you know, looking at the video. And you know, if you're going to be sticking around to look at maybe any of the other readings, I look forward to seeing you then. If not, then take really good care, have a great summer, and I hope to see you back here next time. Okay, thanks, Libra, take care. Hi, Scorpio, hope you're doing well today. So we are going to go ahead, and I'm just going to start shuffling here, and we're going to pull 7 cards for you. We're going to see here what to expect. What can Scorpio expect, please, Spirit, for summer 2025? What can Scorpio expect, please, Spirit? 7 cards. Oh, already one. Okay. What can Scorpio expect, please, Spirit, for 2025? Summer 2025, not just... Sorry, I think I just said the year there for a moment. Spirit, what can Scorpio expect for summer 2025? What's the forecast, please, for Scorpio? Just need 6 more cards, please. Okay. There's your card, Scorpio. Death. That's you. That's Oop. This came out reversed. Death is... Scorpio rules death. Death is ruled by Scorpio. Okay, so what is the summer 2025 forecast for Scorpio, please, Spirit? Summer 2025 forecast for summer 2025 forecast for Scorpio, please, Spirit. What is the summer 2025? Okay, 5. 2 more, please, Spirit. What is the summer 2025 forecast for Scorpio? Summer 2025 forecast for Scorpio. The summer 2025 forecast. I did see this one earlier. It came out with a bunch of other cards, so I didn't pull it at the time. 3. What is the summer 2025 forecast for Scorpio, please, Spirit? 2025 forecast for Scorpio, please, Spirit. 1 more card, please. The summer 2025 forecast for Scorpio, please, Spirit. All right. Okay. So let's get into this. Scorpio. Okay. I think it's going to be a little bit of a challenging summer for you, possibly. You're going to be using this summer to, I think, collaborate with others or even get help from others a lot. And that's good. You know, there's strength in numbers, and, you know, no man is an island unto himself is the saying. And I feel like Scorpio can be kind of have that, you all can have that energy a little bit where you're, there's a lot going on beneath the surface that you don't necessarily allow others to see all that often, but group work and getting support from others is going to be really important this summer. And I think that you should have a pretty good work life this summer. I think you'll get a lot done, especially maybe projects where you're having to receive input from others. I think there will be a lot of cohesion and group. It will be a group effort that you do well with. In terms of family situations, I think there's going to be a big change within the family dynamic. It could be a sibling going off to college where they're just gone, or it could be a move, like you move and you say goodbye to a home you've had for a long time. But it's something going to be a really big change and an ending of some sort with the Death card, potentially. Now, Scorpio, you are, that, like I said, that is your card, so it's not a surprise that it came out for you. Death is a very heavy, strong energy. So there's something, but I guess the good thing possibly is this going to be happening, should be happening hopefully toward the beginning of the summer. And I feel like whatever this, it's like a fall, it's something ending, maybe a fallout, even a fallout between friends possibly, or family member. I think this might cause a lot of upset here as we kind of get into the middle of the summer. I don't know, like possibly some nefarious activity, maybe, yeah, a little bit of, falling out with friends or family, and those things happen, it's usually not the end of the world. I would say you just have to be throughout this whole kind of trifecta, or actually no, there's the Three of Swords here too, so it's 4 cards. You just have to be as honest and as level-headed as possible. Don't rush into things. However, if it's a situation that requires immediate attention, definitely, address it immediately. Don't let things fester. Just kind of, say what's on your mind. But this could be even a love situation with the Three of Hearts here, or Three of Swords, where you have a, possibly a trials and tribulations in love with the King of Swords here. Or Knight of Swords, I'm sorry. Can't read today. And the Knight of Swords is that like a very can be an upsetting energy where things are just like, it's like a tornado blows through and like just gives you a bunch of chaos in its wake. You have to pick up the pieces, and it's not always an easy process. But what I do see for you is that you're going to have a really, even another love interest coming in, maybe towards the end of the summer, or it could be, if this isn't a love interest issue, you'll have a love interest that's very supportive, that you can rely on, like that will pull you through the whole ordeal. I don't see you breaking the person's heart. I feel like it's going to be you that, the Queen of Cups is such a kind, motherly energy, just a kind, selfless, like energy where you want everybody to be well, and you want to be able to help everyone you can. Very empathetic energy. So I think that as well is going to carry you through this summer, is just your desire for everything to end well, all's well that ends well kind of sort of energy, or sort of sentiment I feel like you'll have when it's all is said and done toward the end of the summer. And you know, just let things, you know, fall where they may. And yeah, I would say it's best not to try and fight things, just let them happen. And I think you'll also grow emotionally because of it throughout the summer. And your heart will even strengthen and become more altruistic in the process. Let's see, can we get one final card for Scorpio, please? My Scorpios. I think we just had a moon in Scorpio. I don't know if that's this month. Sorry about that. It's just that beep in the background. But that could be, whoop, Princess. Okay, yeah. So it could be I feel like a family member, maybe even a troublesome younger family member. But sorry about that, Scorpio. I had an alarm go off on my phone, and it just threw out the camera, or it caused the camera to stop recording. So so yeah, what I was saying is this could be a younger family member, maybe causing some little bit of, you know, issues. You know, I would say with this Princess of Swords, the Page of Swords reversed, don't be the bearer of bad news. You know, if you know something, just kind of maybe keep it to yourself. Well, the Seven of Swords can indicate that too. You're keeping something that could be potentially, you're keeping something to yourself, potentially that could help another person. But oh boy, you just have to follow what your gut is telling you, and choose your words carefully, maybe a little bit this summer, especially when you're dealing with some really like delicate matters. One more card, please, for Scorpio, please, Spirit. Scorpio for this summer. Scorpio, please, for this summer. Justice, okay. Yeah, so this could even be legal matters, possibly, but, you know, Justice is a really great card to see. And with Scorpio, with you being right, kind of bookended with Libra on the zodiac, you do carry a little bit of Librian energy. I feel like Libra can be kind of a helper for you sometimes. So I see this as justice will prevail in the end. It doesn't always, not always an easy process. It's often a messy process, but just know that when all is said and done, there will be the ends justify the means, and yeah, there will be a sense of justice in you know, whatever this all might be this summer, with I possibly family. Yeah, I'm seeing that's mainly the bulk of this reading is situations with, yeah, possibly family. You might also have a nice vacation toward the end of the summer where you're by the water and able to just like let it all, it's, you know, the water is a very cleansing energy, so just kind of let it all wash away and just recharge and reinvigorate yourself toward the end of the summer as well. Yeah, so there's There's going to be a little bit of a challenge for you this summer, Scorpio, but, you know, if any sign is going to rise to the occasion, it's you all, Scorpio. I have a lot of Scorpios in my family, actually, so I'm a little bit invested in this reading as well. I'm not a Scorpio, I'm Gemini, but this is definitely, I have 2 aunts and a mother and an uncle who are all Scorpios, so I always wondered, like, why are they, that's so bizarre, why are there so many Scorpios? But if you think about it, Valentine's Day is about 9 months away from Scorpio season, so it's a lot of Valentine's Day, possibly Valentine's Day babies, I don't know. I'm not saying that's your case at all, but, you know, it could just be the winter, being indoors, and, or, you know, you know, some people get married around that time too, so... Anyway, sorry, I'm kind of, that's a tangent. I always wanted to, or, you know, I don't have children yet, but I always told myself I wanted to have kids when it's a season that isn't the spring or summer, because you always have so many birthdays around the spring and summer periods. So, that could be another reason too, I don't know. People just not wanting their kid to you know, deal with sharing a birthday with maybe 5 of their schoolmates or something, because it's all like May and June babies. But anyway, let me stop rambling here. Let's see, what are some, I have the Moonology Oracle deck here. What are some messages of Scorpio, please, for this summer? Please, Spirit, can you please provide an Oracle card, please, for Scorpio for this summer? What guidance can you provide to Scorpio? Adjustments are required. Yeah, that's the Libra energy, adjustment. I think actually in the Thoth Tarot by Aleister Crowley, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Justice card is adjustment. So it's, you know, it's a settling of accounts, a balance. Yeah, definitely. Maybe adjustments and balances. 4th chakra, Archangel Raphael. Sorry, I totally said that wrong. Raphael, the 4th chakra is the heart chakra. Yeah, that green. Growth type energy. Green is a very nourishing, nurturing sign, or not sign, nurturing color. You know, it's the color of all of the earth when it, you know, everything starts to return to life after the winter and when spring emerges. So it's, you know, a very heart, obviously the 4th chakra is a very heart-centered approach as well to everything. That Queen of Cups kind of approach. So that's really gonna, that's what's gonna carry you through this summer. And really anytime you've not only the Queen of Cups approach, but this Justice approach, and always having a balanced response and a balanced outlook to situations, and always weighing the pros and cons of things as well. And number 4, you know, in tarot is the Emperor, and that's also an energy of a lot of stability and wisdom. Well, mainly stability. Aww, 9 of Hearts. I love this 9 of Hearts. Let's see, I think we have, yes, one more deck here. This is the Cosmic Cats Tarot. Is it the Cosmic Cats? I thought that's what it was called. I'm sorry, it's the Curious Cat Oracle deck, my bad. And we have one more Oracle deck here. It is Madame Endora's Fortune cards. So what is one final message, please, you can provide Scorpio for this summer, please? Summer forecast, please, Spirit. What's the final message, please, here, Spirit? one final message here, please, Spirit? Yeah, I think you have potentially a significant other right now, or you will find a really good one this summer who will be a really big support as well for you, Scorpio. I feel like maybe even a lot of summer afternoons napping with them. So you can see the little cats here. And they're almost like a little yin-yang, a little bit. You know, we don't necessarily have the light, but, you know, kind of that really strong, twin energy a bit. Anyway, what is one final message, please, for Scorpio, please, for their 2025 summer forecast? Please, Spirit, one final message for Scorpio. And then we have this on the back of the deck. I haven't shown the back of the deck on any of the other readings yet, but I feel like this is, I just feel like this is really relevant, and it can't be coincidental that we have the Spirit card, and she's holding a, you know, a skull here. So just know that you do have spirit, or I'm sorry, this is out of the frame. You do have spirit or a loved one, a guardian angel, and we do have, actually, we have the archangel here with you and looking over you, watching over you this summer. And again, new relationship blossoms. So I feel like there's going to be good things in love for you. It's just possibly friends or family upset, potentially work, but I think work should be okay. I think it's more family or friends, possibly, where there's a little bit of a upset this summer, Scorpio. But, you know, just always remember, you do have someone looking out for you, whether that's a physical manifestation, you know, a partner who's helping you out, or, you know, if you want to believe in a divine counterpart who's looking out for you as well. You know, just remember that throughout this summer. Just remember that, and just remember it, period, because I think that's a really powerful thing to remember, that we always have people we can, that will help us out, and that are looking out for us, our best interests. So that's all I have for you, Scorpio. That's a really deep reading. Sorry to get super deep like that, but you know, I shouldn't expect anything less from you all. And yeah, I will be doing more readings for the signs. So keep, you know, if you want to come back and do a, you know, check in again with the energies and see what other readings I have coming up for the zodiac signs, absolutely do that. And either way, I, you know, really appreciate your time today, and hope you take really good care. And I am going to send out a little good vibes to you for, you know, for the summer as well. So take really good care, Scorpio, and hopefully I'll see you here next time. Okay, see you then. Bye. Hey, Sagittarius. I'm really excited to see what this reading has in store for you today. Oh, already. Okay. We're going to do 7 cards from tarot. And a lot of the, I mean, well, not a lot, all of the readings have been super interesting that I've done so far. I've already done Aries through Scorpio. And I feel like each gets more and more, and I just like more and more dynamic. So I'm really interested to see what comes out for you, Sagittarius. So looking really great so far. Looking really great. So we have 5 more cards. Spirit, may I have 5 more cards, please, for Sagittarius? 4 more cards. I'm sorry, 4 more cards now. Sagittarius, please, for their summer 2025 outlook, please. 4 more cards, please, for Sagittarius. 4 more cards, please, for Sagittarius. What can they expect for summer 2025? What can Sagittarius expect for summer 2025? What can Sagittarius expect, please, for summer 2025? What can Sagittarius expect, please? Summer 2025. 2 more cards, please, Spirit. 2 more cards. Come Sagittarius. Please, for summer 2025. Come Sagittarius. Okay. Alrighty, Sagittarius. 3, 4, 5. Yes, we have 7 here. So I think you're going to get a really either great job offer or some sort of financial offer that is like a 1 in a million opportunity, or it's like a golden opportunity where you just, you know, it's like, how did this happen kind of thing, where you have to, you know, pinch yourself or make sure you're not dreaming. It's going to be a really, really good offer. And I think it could be coming in toward the beginning of the summer, or, you know, the first half of the summer. And, you know, I think it's really going to set you well financially. And maybe you're even going to be able to start working from home or something, or you're in a really nice living situation. And maybe if you're also thinking of starting a family, I don't know, the job offer could help you in that respect to save up a lot more money maybe, or just to get things in place for when you can, you know, start having, or trying at least to have, to get pregnant and have children. I do think there's going to be whatever this is, this financial new beginning, or just a new beginning that suggests a whole lot of promise in that area. There's going to need to be a choice made between possibly staying where you are, if it's like it is a job opportunity, stay with your new job, or staying with your old job, or accepting this new job, this new opportunity, or if it's anything else that has to do with money. You know, it could be an offer to buy something. You know, if you have, I don't know, a car that someone really likes and they want to just pay for it outright, that gives you a little bit extra cash or something. But it's still, it comes down to making a choice between doing it or not doing it. You know, just keeping things status quo. So I see that's going to be the really significant thing toward maybe the first half of the summer possibly. But with your, you know, typical fiery energy, you I feel like you embrace the any kind of uncertainty or whatever there is potentially between making the choices, and you go with the choice that it's maybe even a little bit less, or maybe less assured, or it's more risky, because you know, Sagittarius, you are the sign of you know, being a trailblazer and charting your own path. So I feel like you lean into the uncertainty and go with the choice that is high risk but high reward too. So we see the Queen of Wands here as the central energy in this reading, and this could be either you and really becoming a queen in your own right, whether it's through your work life, if you take on more responsibility or more of a supervisory role, or in your personal life, maybe you take on more of a leadership and entrepreneurial spirit, where you're like really proactive about things, and you're making decisions for others possibly, and you're kind of the force that is propelling things forward, or you're kind of growing into that this summer, where you're you're kind of the top, or at least the boss that's getting things done. In traditional tarot, you know, Queen of Wands is with the black cat, so that also suggests, we don't have the black cat here, but that suggests more of a witchy vibe as well. So it could even be, if you are into paganism or you know, modern day witch, you're really coming into your own in that way, and really maybe advancing your understanding of the practice, and even manifesting your own futures, or manifesting things the way you like them to work out when you are looking at like your 5 or 10 year plans down the road. So that could be it as well. So that, you know, in your maybe personal growth or professional growth, I see you doing really well. This actually, this is a beautiful reading, Sagittarius. It's really beautiful. Could even be a new relationship coming in for you, or you're maybe reconnecting with an old friend, or seeing family members you haven't seen in a while, even like a sibling you haven't seen in a while. That brings you both really back together, and you know, it's like just a really great reunion. Now this could also be very well a date you go on, or someone you meet, and that sparks a relationship. It's possible it could really be family, or a loved one, or sorry, it could be a family member or someone who's a romantic interest. With the 6 of Cups, that often I see that with, like, could be family, could also be someone you know from your past that you've dated before, you've like kind of flirted with in the past, and it becomes like a real romance now. 6 of Cups also can deal with children occasionally, so maybe you knew this person as a child. Maybe they have children, or maybe you're just going to be spending time with children in your family, you know, as you catch up and go on family vacations this summer. I see a lot of possibly drinks, like either coffee, you know, getting together at to get a drink at a bar or something, possibly. Drinking a lot of fruity summer drinks, like pina coladas. Maybe even go on a cruise, or like, I don't know, some vacation where you're just drinking a lot of good, like, great pina coladas, margaritas, other like fruity, summery type drinks. Then we see here the Emperor. So this is, this is an interesting energy. This could be the person you meet with the 2 of Cups here. I feel like they are maybe a little bit older than you. And that could explain the past connection. You know, especially if you did know them in the past, you could both be a little bit older now, of course. Could have been many years since you last saw each other. Maybe you know them through their father, or maybe there's a father connection here. Or maybe you're going to be seeing a lot of your father this summer, possibly too. The Emperor is kind of like a stern energy, though, so I would say follow rules and regulations this summer too. And if you're going to be staying with relatives that have kind of like a structured routine, just follow that as well. I think routine is important too, just overall this summer, and that's going to help you really achieve this Queen of Wands status too, where you're just the go-getter and the queen, really, like just ruling it all. You know, just slaying. What else? I don't know that you'll be going on too many vacations or too many travel excursions. If you do, I don't know if they'll be super that or super far outside of, where the area where you live. Or at least, that's not a significant message coming through here. Yeah, I think I see here mainly work life, interpersonal relationships, whether it's romantic interest or family members, and you just being like a boss this summer, being totally like in your element and on top of everything. Okay, now I have a few oracle decks here I'm going to pull from for some messages. So Spirit, may I have please a message for Sagittarius, please, for summer 2025 forecast, please, Spirit. What's a message we can provide to Sagittarius? This is the energy oracle. What's a message, please, for Sagittarius for this summer? Well, 5th chakra. Okay. Archangel Gabriel. I think that's the 3rd chakra, right? Interesting. We have the trumpet there. Makes you think of judgment a little bit. Can I please have a message for Sagittarius, please, Spirit, for this summer? Please have an oracle message for Sagittarius, please, for this summer. Message for Sagittarius, please, for this summer, Spirit. Seek wisdom and guidance from elders. Okay, so maybe that's what the Emperor's here for. May I please have a message for Scorpio, please, Spirit? I'm sorry, did I say Scorpio again? Sagittarius. I need to really get better about that. Okay, another queen. Yep. And one final oracle here. Moonology oracle. May I please have a message for Sagittarius, please, Spirit? Please have a message for Sagittarius, please, Spirit. Please have a message for Sagittarius, please, Spirit. Oh, interesting. Don't let the past hold you back. Okay. I feel like this, don't let the past hold you back is definitely strongly relevant here to the 6 of Cups. So I feel like whatever this relationship is, don't let past disagreements or issues prevent any sort of reconciliation. And, if you need advice, go to, seek wisdom and guidance from elders. Maybe someone who knows the situation, knows what's involved, and can give you some just really wise, sage guidance. And, we should not discount that. Sometimes, I feel like it's easy to write off our elders and think, well, they don't know the issues of, modern life and, the things we're dealing with as maybe millennials or Gen Zers or, I guess Gen Z, and Gen Alpha? I think that's the most recent one. I can't keep up with them all anymore, but you'd be surprised. A lot of issues, I feel like, have things, guidance that can be timeless, so it doesn't really matter the age or the generation. Your elders can still, a lot of issues relate pretty well to what we're going through. And elders are they really are a source of wealth of wisdom. So that's, that is your message to reach out to them if you have any just uncertainty of where to go, what to do. But they can often listen. They're often really good listeners and give you, the advice the way they see it. And, you know, we should all be lucky to have people like that in our lives. Yeah, so this is a interesting reading, Sagittarius, especially with you. I was expecting to see a ton of travel and just firsts, you know, for you, but it seems like it's a lot of energy of almost resolution from, especially the second half of summer, maybe resolving things from a past, or you know, reunions and all that comes with reuniting with people, and memories, and you know, things maybe even we want to apologize for and rectify. So could be going to a reunion this summer that proves to be really significant too. But yeah, that's all I have for you. And one final message: don't let the past hold you back. Now, Sagittarius, since you are such a like I said, trailblazer, you're always very future focused. You're always looking ahead. So I don't see why there's any reason. I think this is just Spirit, their way of saying, you know, you never let the past hold you back before. Don't let it hold you back now. So that was the final message I saw coming through here. But that is all I have, Sagittarius. And I'm going to be doing more zodiac readings as well as in the coming weeks and months. So if you want to come back and check out one, I'd love to have you back here. Either way, hope you have a really, really great summer, and you take good care. And yeah, whenever you're watching this, I just hope, yeah, take good care and you're having a great day. Alrighty. Bye. Hey Capricorn, how are you? I hope you're doing well, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what the cards have in store for you for, oh, already, okay, right out of the gate, okay, what the cards have in store for you. Oops, sorry, I think that's some, my dog's hair on the card for summer 2025. So let's see, I'm going to be pulling six more cards for you, so a total of 7. So Spirit, can you please tell me, what does Capricorn need to know for the summer? What can they expect for the summer of 2025? Please, Spirit. Capricorn, what can they expect? Please, Spirit. May I have 6 more cards? This one wanted to come out. Okay, thank you, Spirit. A 5. Okay. 3 more cards now, please, Spirit. What can Capricorn expect, please, for summer 2025? What's the forecast for Capricorn, please? Okie dokie. Ooh. All right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 5. 2 more cards. Okay. 2 more cards, please, Spirit. What can Capricorn expect for summer 2025? What can Capricorn expect, please, Spirit? Oops. Okay. Do. All right. So we've got all of our cards. Let's see if I can. Here we go. All righty. Okay, Capricorn, you are going to be busy. I think this is going to be a summer of something that's incredibly new, and you'll remember it, you know, for the rest of your life. What the Fool, it's like, that is taking a leap of faith. That's new adventures. That's like a new lease on life sort of energy. So there's something that's really like world shifting going on, something that's going to be a new adventure, something, a new venture. You're embarking out into the world, doing something. It could be like opening a store, or going off to college, or graduating college and entering the workforce, or becoming a new parent. There's just something really fundamentally novel about this summer, and a huge big new step that you know, you can have in store for you. And also with any kind of really big and new experience like this, where I tend to it's called the Fool card, partly for a reason, you know, make maybe little mistakes or foolish mistakes, but you know, that's all part of the fun of learning and growing and, you know, experiencing something new. So that Capricorn is what I see for you for overall. And you know, the summer might start out with a bang like that, where you're starting off with something brand new right away. It very well could be you're going off somewhere, even moving to a new state. I feel like there's going to be sadness, like a parting. You're saying goodbye to a family member, or to a place where you've called home for a while. There's just some sort of parting there with family or friends, or with a home, I don't know, or a living place you've lived for a while. You're just kind of going to be moving on. I feel like, yeah, there's a little bit of sadness and nostalgia that might be involved with this Fool, this big step forward. And again, yeah, maybe you're leaving someone that's really become special to you, or you're leaving something that's become special to you. But that's all part of the journey, you know. Doesn't need to say, necessarily doesn't need to be goodbye forever. But I feel like with this really big new beginning, you're also like saying goodbye to a family member or friends, or a big chapter of your life. So there's like, with excitement and novelty and new opportunities comes a little bit of bittersweetness, you know, of having to leave something behind, possibly. Interesting. Well, if you are moving possibly to a new state, or you're moving jobs, even like if you're moving jobs that requires you to be relocated or moved, I think you are going to be pleasantly surprised with the new venture. I think it could be financially very successful, or it could set you up for long-term future success in whatever it is that you're doing. You know, it could be a new home, it could be a new job, but whatever it is in that case, it's a pentacle. We have the 10 pentacles here, which typically deals with material things. So could be expenses, salary, investments. Typically, it also has on the traditional Rider-Waite card. Of course, there's a lot of echoes of family life, and also of coming from a well-off family. So I just see this as the summer for you, Capricorn, as being very fortuitous for you, and whatever what this Fool energy is, what this new really big step is, it being really beneficial to you in the long term. You could also be spending time at a wealthy family member's home, possibly, or a well-off family member's home, and just enjoying that too. That it could be as simple as that. You know, someone that maybe family member, yeah, that has a nicer home. Maybe they have a nice pool, or you know, just it's a nice place. Maybe you're going to be staying at a temporary rental, like Airbnb, that's pretty nice and upscale, or something like that, where you're kind of pampered by your surroundings. So it is so kind of a step up from what you're used to. And I think that comes as a surprise to you, possibly too. Yeah, but I think you will be seeing fruits of your labor this summer, and enjoying some nice time in some very nice surroundings, whether it's, you know, going on vacation, visiting a family member, or something like that. Yes, so we have an Ace here as well as the Fool. So there's a lot of new energy that Capricorn, that this summer has in store for you. This Ace of Wands is like you're going full steam ahead, wanting to really seize this this new beginning, whatever it might be. With the Ace of Wands, it could be a new creative outlet, like a summer business, maybe like a dog walking business, or pet sitting business, or yeah, it could be anything maybe you're going to try your hand at tutoring, or again, like opening your own store. I feel like with the Fool, it's just something, could also be tied to your finances, that you maybe starting a side hustle, or again, it could just be starting a new job in a new field of work, and you're just like 150% invested, and you're just so excited for all of the new experiences that you have, and all of the learning and everything that goes along with yeah, with this new opportunity, this new period. And I think you are going to, because of your talents and because of your kind of enthusiasm for things. I mean, look at the Fool and the Ace of Wands. I mean, there couldn't be someone more enthusiastic and like willing to embrace any kind of challenge or anything that comes their way. I think you're going to rise to star level, or at least become a shining star within whatever this new thing is that you're trying to either prop up, if it's like a little bit of a venture, a side business, or if you are starting a new job or entering in a new career. You're going to become like a superstar worker, or you just have a lot of again, with the Ten of Pentacles and the Star bracketing Ace of Wands, I just feel like there's a lot of financial success involved with this, and just innate talent that you call on, and it allows you to shine in what you're doing. And the Star is also a very healing energy too, so this could be therapeutic to you in a certain sense. The Ace of Wands could even involve in the Fool. I mean, it could be anything. You could be adopting a pet. You could be, it could even be like a new car purchase or something like that. But it's like, whatever it is, it makes you really look like you've made it, like you're, like, have all your stuff together. You're like a really, just well on your way to, being a very successful person. But then we have on the flip side, the Tower. So I feel like there's definitely, it's like everything's going right, and then it's like all of a sudden nothing's going right, and there's a kind of a big shakeup. And, a lot of times the Tower could be a blessing in disguise. And it might deal with home life. You might have like a shake-up. Again, if you're staying somewhere temporarily, or if there's like, I don't know, something involved with your home that could be put kind of on the chopping block here with the Tower. Or it could be like a health scare as well, or maybe like break a bone or something like that. And whatever it is, I feel like it's going to be financially a little bit of a set you back, and it's kind of something you're not able to reconcile necessarily at first. If you're like trying to whatever this could even be, like, something ending with the Tower, that's often like, it's a very abrupt end, and it's left you with picking up the pieces and figuring out, well, how am I going to take care of this now? How am I going to take care of that? And you kind of feel overwhelmed with, you're juggling so many different things that you need to kind of like, again, pick up the pieces after the Tower moment. It could potentially relate to a relationship you might have. Might have had the relationship for a while, and there's just some sort of like big, moment of truth, or like moment of clarity that's a little bit difficult to get through this summer, maybe toward the latter half of the summer possibly, and it's leaving you pretty just overwhelmed with juggling too many things that have resulted from this big Tower moment. And again, it could be in relation to your love life or, you know, a close personal relationship. Let's see here, actually. So what will be the outcome of this Two of Pentacles reversed in the Tower? Outcome, please. The Tower again with the Two of Pentacles reversed right after. Okay, Seven of Swords. Oh boy. Okay, Capricorn. Yes, I think this is going to be a little bit of a challenging period here with the Tower and the Two of Pentacles reversed and the Seven of Swords. I think it's going to be a little bit of a, could be something that just sneaks up on you and it's not really a good surprise. Could be a little bit of, you know, theft of something, or like being cheated at something. The interesting thing though about this card is we do have the waxing crescent moon, which is the moon of new beginnings. So again, there's this theme here of there being a lot of new beginnings, new periods for growth this summer for you, Capricorn, but especially possibly in your interpersonal relationships, not necessarily will be the easiest growth. Just like with plants, I guess to use an analogy, but the only way to help a plant that's kind of stunted growth to reinvigorate the growth again is to, you know, cut off the stems and prune it to allow for new buds to grow. So if you want to, you know, use that analogy, maybe not great, but sometimes the best thing is just to eliminate things to allow for, eliminate the old or the current to allow for new things to grow. But anyway, I do have some oracle cards for you, Capricorn. I do have some oracle cards. Let's see, Spirit. So what are some final messages for Capricorn for this summer, please? Some final messages, please, for Capricorn for this summer. What can they expect for summer 2025? Be bold and make the first move. You are cardinal sign Capricorn, right? I think you're a cardinal sign. So, you know, you do have that cardinal first sort of energy, so you're absolutely capable of being bold and making the first move. Okay, so what are some final messages for Capricorn, please, Spirit? Final messages for Capricorn. Six of Spades, which is the Six of Swords. Yeah, here we have options again. I feel like kind of relates here to the Two of Pentacles reversed. Hey Capricorn, I'm really sorry about that. I had to stop the video for several minutes, but I'm back now. Really sorry to do that right in the middle of the reading. But yes, so I was able to pull the last two oracle cards from Energy Oracle and Madame Endora's Oracle. So, you know, actually, in terms of, you know, a romantic relationship, it looks like you will have kind of a good connection this summer, a caring partner. So this Tower energy could involve something else, some other relationship kind of ending, especially with the Seven of Swords here. I just feel like it's kind of like you know, you having a falling out with someone, you know, and there are a lot of things to juggle and pick up the pieces for, you know, figure out in the aftermath. I would say if this involves a confrontation, all of this here, don't let it sit. Just kind of nip it in the bud and maybe make the first move in the sense that you bring your concerns or whatever it might be to the person. And, you know, just try and clear the air and, you know, let things happen as they may. Overall, though, you know, we did get the Black Cat, one of my favorite cards from this deck, and it shows your luck will soon change. And that's really an indication with the black cat is a change for the better. Financially especially, I think that you will be in a better place, even with this Two of Pentacles reversed toward the end here. You know, possibly indicating a juggling of financials as well. I think you're still in a good place, and you know, you have luck on your side, honestly. With your luck will soon change. Any kind of roadblock or a speed bump is manageable, and it's something you will be able to face because you know, the universe has gifted you with a lucky summer, and a summer that is, again, it's going to be full of firsts, full of new adventures, new opportunities. You know, you're just at the very beginning. Just remember that. It's a summer to remember, a summer that will mark the beginning of something that, you know, you'll remember for the rest of your life. So Capricorn, that is what I have for you for this reading. Really interesting, and I'd love to hear in the comments if this resonates, if you might have any indication of what this might all be referring to. This is really fascinating, and I know that there's going to be different situations for different people, you know, everyone watching this. So yeah, I'd love to hear about it in the comments. And thank you so much for sticking with me if you're here to the end. If you were going to watch any of the other zodiac signs for this reading, I will see you there. If not, then I hope you take really good care, and yeah, I hope to see you next time. Okay, take care, Capricorn. Have a good summer. Bye. Hi, Aquarius. How are you all doing today? Hope you all are doing well. And I am really looking forward and interested to see what Spirit has in store for you all for summer 2025. So Spirit, can you please, I'm going to do 7 cards. So Spirit, can you please provide 7 cards for us, for Aquarius, to indicate what their summer 2025 looks like, please, Spirit? What can Aquarius expect for their summer 2025? What can Aquarius expect for their summer 2025? Okay. Knight of Cups here, starting us off. So a summer of, I feel like maybe romance a little bit. Summer romance, possibly. What kind of Spirit, what kind of Aquarius? Oh, sorry, that was my dog. Maybe he's, you know, he's trying to affirm the possibility of a summer romance for you, Aquarius. Okay, so Spirit, 6 more cards, please, if I could. What is the summer forecast for, oh wow, for Aquarius? Definitely, I feel like definitely a summer romance, Aquarius. Okie dokes. Huh, well, we have the Hermit. Okay. Okay, 2 more cards, please, Spirit. What can Aquarius expect for summer 2025? What is the forecast for Aquarius, please, Spirit? 2 more cards, please, Spirit. What can Aquarius expect? Like maybe a lot of late summer nights. Maybe you're going to be staying up reading, staying up doing some sort of, maybe thinking, worrying toward the latter part of the summer. Maybe fear of moving forward toward the fall. Okay, 2 of Cups, reversed. Okay. 3, 4, 5, yep, that's 7. Okay. All right, so we have the Knight of Cups to start us off. Loki, what are you doing? Oh, sorry, my dog wants to say hi, all right. We have the Knight of Cups. Okay, so I feel like Loki is, I feel like he's kind of saying he's the Knight of Cups, but no, I mean, in all seriousness, he's the Knight of Cups is usually a younger person. In Loki's case, he's just a little over one now. So, you know, younger person, very sweet, affectionate, and generally just is someone warm and, you know, loving that you want to be around. They also can, on the more negative side of the trait, be a little bit maybe a player or a little, you know, wishy-washy. But yeah, I see this as like your summer overall. How I remember it is just as a little bit of maybe like a fairy tale in a way. Like just like you remember it really well. Good summer spent with good friends. I think doing a lot of meetups, maybe over drinks, possibly even like coffee dates or coffee get-togethers, or like going out to the bars, like going to brunch for mimosas with your girlfriends on Sundays, something like that, or the weekend. That's how I see this summer for you, Aquarius, overall, which is, I feel like, very in line with you all, Aquarius, as kind of the free spirit and just upbeat, and I just feel like you're very upbeat and optimistic sign. In your home, in terms of family, home life, I think you might be pampered a little bit. You might be the baby of the family, or like an only child, or I don't know. I think you're just going to be like sitting pretty this summer with your family situation. Maybe, you know, whatever your situation might be this summer, it's not like you're under any pressure at home to do anything. I feel like you're gonna be kind of lounging your days away, or at least your free time. You'll be lounging and relaxed at your home with family, probably visiting family too, potentially family with them, perhaps younger children. And again, you could be the youngest in your family maybe, but I feel like, yeah, you're going to be feeling pampered at home, or like just really relaxed and happy and joyful at home. The Hermit. I think maybe you'll be doing studying or learning something, or really delving into some sort of topic this summer where you like just amass a lot of knowledge, or extra knowledge where you almost become an expert in a field, or you're needing to level up and become an expert in something this summer. In any case, it's something you're needing to do that's sort of something, yeah, I feel like it's something you're needing to learn, or something you're needing to kind of like get to the bottom of this summer, that's going to cause a lot of solo activity for you, or cause you to kind of just really go internally and find the answer to whatever it might be. So that's interesting. I see you'll be gaining a lot of wisdom though this summer, though it may at the same time require periods of time spent alone. King of Swords. Maybe you're going to be writing a lot, possibly, or needing to spend time with an older relative, or maybe it has something to do with the military, possibly, or like law, or someone like an older kind of professional person. Maybe it's like a teacher, they're helping you gain whatever this hermit wisdom or knowledge is, or helping pull you out of a hermit phase where you're kind of alone a bit. I think whatever you're doing this summer that requires work, is you approach it very strategically and methodically, and might be something you're doing where you already have some sort of expertise in it, and you're just trying to now solidify your expertise. Yeah, there's so Seven of Cups here. Yeah, there's a lot of, I feel like these are all very grouped together, like whether it's at work or in your personal life, it's like you have a lot of options or scenarios here, and you're like the kind of person, Aquarius, to maybe in this situation not necessarily jump into the fray without giving it forethought. I think you're giving it a lot of forethought, and you're like closely studying each of these potential options or scenarios, and you know, maybe getting help from advice from an older person, or you know, you're kind of leveling up to this role, or having to assume this kind of mindset of the King of Swords to figure this all out. Could be something emotional. It could even be something like online dating, honestly, a little bit, but I feel more that it's, yeah, something you're needing to figure out. I mean, I guess that we all need to figure out online dating, right? It's always, you know, a journey. But yeah, yeah, I see you creating structure out of something very unorganized or confusing, and to the point where you're like kind of isolating yourself a bit to get it all figured out and learned. And yeah, but again, it does bring wisdom. Yeah, I see a lot of like a philosophical energy here this summer for you all, Aquarius. Which, yeah, you also are a philosophical sign, sure. I think, like, again, with this confusion, and you're trying to create like a plan, and you're trying to really gain a sense of, you know, foundation and secret knowledge and structure and discipline, there's still like a lot of uncertainty, and you know, the way forward is a little clouded for you, maybe toward the latter half of the summer with whatever this might involve. Again, it could be something to do with work, personal life, finances, love life. You're just wondering what lies ahead, like what else is, you know, hidden around the corner that's going to kind of create a jump scare and you know, make the next shoe drop, kind of, in the future. Yeah, this could be partially, excuse me, partially to do with the relationship as well, with the Two of Cups reversed here. I think it could very well involve, yeah, you know, you trying to figure out if you're on the same page with someone. Maybe you might spend a period alone where, you know, again, with the Hermit energy, you're having to kind of do a lot of soul searching and figure out, you know, what you want out of life versus what maybe this partner or potential love interest wants out of life. I think that there could be definitely a little bit of a separation here. Let's see. What does the Two of Cups reverse indicate, Spirit? Can you please write a last card for that, please? Okay. Oh my goodness. Capricorn got this too. Seven of Swords. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there might be some, there's going to be a little bit of, turbulent waters in love for you, I think, Aquarius, a little bit this summer. If not love, let me actually pull an oracle card now. Let me actually pull the oracle cards now and just see what What else Spirit wants to tell us, please? Spirit, so can you provide some oracle messages, please, for Aquarius? What else do they need to know about this summer 2025 forecast? They need to know about the summer 2025 forecast. What else, Spirit? Storm warning. Okay, Spirit, let me have 6. Oh my goodness, Capricorn got that also. Okay, let's see here. Maybe you are some of you are Capricorn and you have Aquarius in your chart as well, so you're watching this one, or vice versa. You know, and with Capricorn and Aquarius being preceding each, or with Capricorn preceding Aquarius and with Aquarius following Capricorn, you are linked in that sense. You're neighboring zodiacs, so you know, the energy kind of carries over a bit. I mean, it's not the exact same reading as Capricorn, but there are some similarities here with some of the cards. May I have another oracle message, please, for Spirit, Spirit for Aquarius, please. An oracle message, please, for Aquarius for their summer 2025 forecast. 2025, you are good enough. Beautiful. And lastly, Madame Endora's oracle. I have one final oracle card, please, for Aquarius, please, for summer 2025. Final card, please, for Aquarius, please. Spirit for summer 2025. One final card, please. Interesting. Reckless action leads to conflict. And you know, actually, I think you are trying to Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. So those are the fire signs. Yeah, well, obviously fire. I think you're trying to do the opposite and not be reckless with the Hermit and the King of Swords, the Seven of Cups. I just see a lot of thought being put toward whatever the buildup is toward this, like this moon period of like a lot of uncertainty and fear and just apprehension of the future. So I'm feeling like whoever the second person in this Two of Cups reversed is maybe reckless and conflict prone, argument prone a little bit perhaps, you know, and they might do something that is kind of you know, a deal breaker for you, or something that it's like irrevocably damages your relationship or your friendship. Yeah, I see there's going to be probably some sort of conflict here, Aquarius, at some point in the summer between, you know, either a friend or, you know, a romantic partner. It could be this Knight of Cups that kind of towards the end of the summer doesn't look so much like the Knight of Cups anymore. But, you know, you are good enough. Full moon in Virgo, so that's that also Venetian energy, because Venus, or no, I'm sorry, Mercury. That I do see kind of like a Venus type energy, the Empress energy here, but the Mercury rules Virgo. But yeah, so you know, that could also be a little bit of the soul searching this summer, as you learn to not love yourself, but you learn to realize that you can't solve all of these problems. You know, everything you're doing is right. You know, it's sometimes things are out of your control, or it's the other person or others that are the ones who really need to be doing the work that you're trying to, you know, do, or you think you're responsible for. Because I see this little, you know, our little friend here, the cat, he's all prepared with all of these different, I don't know if they're Rubik's Cubes, they're little shapes. It's like he's come prepared to, you know, play his games. And, you know, I just feel like you are very heavily invested in preparation, and you like to be prepared for everything. And, you know, sometimes we just can't prepare for everything, especially if it's like the sudden storm. But, yeah, I think the full moon periods this summer will be significant as well, Aquarius. Oh, and a few other things. I do think you'll be having some nice vacations. So that is one highlight, of course, for the summer. Some, you know, there could be storms though that interfere with some of your vacations. You know, and maybe even a loss of some money financially, perhaps. But yeah, overall, I would say again, don't worry about conflict. Don't worry about, you know, the future of things that are outside of your control, Aquarius. You know, the key really this summer is just to be the Princess of Cups and kind of be dreamy and, you know, romantic and believe in, you know, all of the cliches out there, because, you know, that is who you are, Aquarius, at your core. Don't let these other things kind of pull you down a little bit, which that might happen at the summer at some point, maybe towards the end. But overall, I see that you're going to do everything right this summer, okay? And again, you can't control the actions of others, but I don't, you know, all of your actions are right. And I think that this summer will, ultimately in the end, it will be a really great leveling up experience for you, or it really leads to kind of wisdom and maturity as you look back on it in your later years from now. You'll see that this was really a pivotal point in your growth and development, and really taught you a lot of life lessons this summer. So that is what I have for you, Aquarius, for your summer forecast. If you will be joining into any of the other zodiac readings I have for this particular reading, can't wait to see you there. If not, I hope you take really good care. I hope you have a great summer, Aquarius. And yeah, just take good care. And I hope to see you back next time. Okay, bye, Aquarius. Hi, Pisces. How are you all doing today? I hope you are excited for the summer as much as I am. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what the cards have in store for you for summer 2025. It's been super interesting, all of the zodiac signs up to now, and seeing the messages that come through. Oops, already starting. Okay, Queen of Wands. All right, so I think you're really going to be in your power this summer. You're going to be on fire, kind of, just like, you know, doing the dang thing kind of energy, just, you know, getting it done. And, you know, just being very queen-like and just magnetic. Okay, then I'm going to pull 7 cards, so we are off to a really great start, Pisces. Spirit, what can Pisces expect for the summer, please, Spirit? Pisces expect, Spirit. What is their summer 2025 forecast? Oh, right. Let's see here. Oh, 2 queens. Interesting. All right, so you're going to be queen at work, if not, you know, a little bored at times. Queen in your personal pursuits. Page of Swords, Princess of Swords. 3, 4, 5. 2 more cards, please, Spirit. What can Pisces expect for summer 2025, please? What's in their forecast for Pisces? Summer 2025 spirits in the forecast for Pisces. Okay. 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 All right. Interesting. So Pisces, I see this as a summer of where you're going to be super, like, commanding. Like I said, I feel like you're going to be on fire and really taking charge of situations. And, you know, I feel like you'll be appealing to possible romantic interests because of your confidence and your command and your just your outgoing nature and your vivaciousness, kind of. I think you're going to have some really, really cute summer outfits that really catch the attention of, you know, again, romantic interests. Especially at the beach, I feel like you're going to have some really cute bathing suits and just cute outfits. And yeah, I think you're going to be doing some really fun summer vacations with family, spending a lot of time in the sun, either again on vacations or just with family visits, doing things outdoors in the sun with family. Yeah, I think it's going to be like a great family life this summer. And again, a lot of shared activity and a lot of time in the sun. And I think you're going to uncover this summer your Queen of Pentacles energy too. It's interesting, neither of these queens are the water element. We have the queen, well, I guess I should take that back. Queens, actually, all the queens do have a kind of an element of water to them, that nurturing emotional element. But Queen of Pentacles is inherently, of course, earth energy, and Queen of Wands is fire energy. So I feel like with Pisces, with your natural watery element, you know, with the zodiac being ruled by Pisces, being ruled by water, you're going to also uncover that you're like really skilled at management situations, I think, in like a work sense, or when you're needing to manage others, and whether it's at work or some sort of even like personal project. And I think you'll be compensated for your time, and it's like, you know, you are finally, you know, making money and doing a good job at it. But you know, even if the task is repetitive or boring, you know, you realize, oh well, this isn't so bad actually, because you know you're able to learn these hidden, you know, facets of yourself, and how you are kind of a very industrious person, as well as, you know, like I said, magnetic and charismatic. So this is like super queen energy this summer for you all Pisces. Like you're like really going to be on top of everything, and like just really being a boss this summer. And you don't shy away from hard work either, you know, even if it's hard or boring work. You don't, you know, you're there every day putting in the work, doing the tasks that maybe others don't want to do, but you do it, and that's what causes you to become the Queen of Pentacles, you know, because you're reliable and dependable, and I think that's really going to come through this summer when others see you. That's how they see you. Yeah, but again, a little bit of boredom, I think, perhaps. In the interim periods this summer, and I think it probably has to do with work. It might be you're at work at a seasonal position too, and there's, you know, there could be periods of lower activity or lulls where you don't have as much to do, so it's a little bit boring there. You could also be working a job where it's not a 9 to 5, you know, if it is something where it's the hours are just as needed. when you are scheduled to come in, it might be that sometimes you just don't have enough work to do. But either way, I feel like it's a good job when it is busy, and when you do have work to do, it's just maybe there's some boring periods as well. Page of Swords, Princess of Swords. Now, I feel like you want to also, Pisces, this summer, kind of stay abreast of other job opportunities that might be opening up. I feel like there's something very kind of going on here with your job where it's like you're also like capable of so much more. So just, you know, keep an eye out, like maybe on job boards. You might be applying to other positions this summer. That might be another goal of yours, like a summer goal, or you're doing a lot of intellectual activity as well. Intellectual property, or not intellectual property, intellectual activity in maybe areas where you're not as well informed, or you're more of a novice in, as it possibly. You might also be working with someone who's a little bit of a little bratty this summer, so you might want to or might have to be dealing with someone like that this summer. So especially with someone that's helping you do something and they're not like pulling their weight. So, you know, just bear that in mind, and just be on your guard. Make sure you're not picking up the slack for others. And you know, because that's just unfair, obviously. Yeah, I feel like there was, like, again, there's this boredom, this like monotonous activity here, Pisces, like maybe in the middle of the summer, but then like there's an abrupt ending. And I think it's possibly a good ending in this case, because then we see like this burst of activity with the Eight of Wands, where it's like finally there's a breakthrough, and it's like things are all of a sudden moving, and it's a lot of rapid activity. I don't know, it's like launching you into fall in, I think, a good way, I would say. It might even be through networking, or making friendships over the summer that really end up being useful, or maybe even meeting, potentially going on a number of dates or something, and it kind of all comes to a head at the end of the summer. Yeah. I feel like, though, the end of the summer, like I said, it's going to be really like a lot of change and movement, and probably not going back, because I feel like death is a very, like, an ending where you're just going forward, not back. So there's something significant for you, Pisces, as well this summer in terms of endings, and you know, even in the fall when the crops are harvested, that's, I see a lot with a lot of the death energy, if you want to use that analogy, is like the fruits of your labors are harvested, and finally it's like that's all done, and now you're like able to launch yourself with it into other areas, whatever that might be. You know, it could be different for those of you watching, whoever it is watching this. But yeah, I do see you're going to have a lot of multiple avenues for growth toward the end of the summer, Pisces. So that's really great. That's really great. So let me pull a few oracle cards now. Let's see, Spirit may have some final messages for Pisces, please, for this summer. Some final messages for Pisces, please, for this summer, Spirit. What can Pisces expect for this summer, please, Spirit? What can Pisces please expect for this summer? Okay. Blossoming abundance. Yeah, definitely. With that Queen of Pentacles. Even the Seven of Pentacles is blossoming. But if it, it may be a little bit time consuming and slow, a slow process, but it, things do mature eventually. Let's see, Spirit, what can Pisces expect for this summer? Our forecast. Oh, a new start is coming. With the death energy. Okay, let's see. Okay, Spirit, what can Pisces expect for this summer, please? Pisces expect for this summer, please, Spirit. Air, seek a union of mind and spirit. Okay. And lastly, Spirit, what is one final message we can get for Pisces, please, for this summer? Oh, I think this one wanted to come out. Interesting. Oh, this is also the Jack of Spades, but that relates to the Page of Swords. So I think that that Page of Swords and its message is very important for you, Pisces, for this summer. In this image, it actually reminds me a little bit of the Two of Pentacles, but you see this cat is the intelligence in its eyes a bit, and you know, it has both of these balls of yarn that it's like ready to get to work on. And I feel like that's the Page of Swords, is like they're very smart and forward thinking, and also they keep an eye out for any kind of opportunity or new idea. So yeah, again, you know, I feel like there is going to be a newness that comes out of this ending or death energy, and a productiveness as well. And you know, and through that, blossoming abundance, which the Queen of Pentacles, I definitely think of the blossoming abundance, especially with in the traditional Rider-Waite, you know, she has the rabbit along with her image, and rabbits, of course, are kind of the symbol of abundance, with you know, how often they proliferate and spawn, you know, new offspring. Sorry about that, Pisces. My camera is keeps cutting me off, so I'm really sorry about that. But yeah, so as I was saying with blossoming abundance, I think again, that's going to be something unexpected for you, that pleasant surprise this summer. I feel like you are going to be receiving some sort of you know, abundance through, I feel like, hard work. And lastly, I feel like this does, again, a lot of this airy energy with the Page of Swords and the Jack of Spades. So you want to seek a union of mind and spirit. And again, these are all the air signs. So it might be, you know, collaboration even with someone who's a very airy, you know, airy personality in your life, or even maybe an air sign, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius. And I think through that, it's going to usher in this ending, and then the Eight of Wands, kind of this kind of rocket launch of energy, leading you, Pisces, into kind of like the end of the summer and into the fall, and you know, in this blossoming abundance period that will kind of carry you through. But yeah, that's what I have for you, Pisces, for this summer 2025. I think it will definitely be a summer to remember for you all, and I think, yeah, it's going to be a great summer. And I'm, you know, so glad that you have been here for this reading, and if you're here right now, thank you for sticking with it. And if you will be listening on any of the other signs, I will see you at those separate readings within this larger reading. If not, again, thank you so much for being here. It was a pleasure reading for you today, and an honor. And I hope you take really good care and have a great summer. Okay, thanks, Pisces. Bye now.